termini de 10 minuts.
Please take your seats. We would like to resume the session shortly. Please, I kindly ask the organisers to close the doors so we can resume the session. Please.
Bona tarda a tothom.
Good afternoon to you all. Let's resume the session following this short lunch break. And we would like to resume the session by addressing item 4 of the agenda, regarding the ratification of our colleague in the board, Francesc Pujol. As you know, the bylaws require the members of the management board joining this body be ratified by all of you. Accordingly, allow me to explain to you the profile of Mr. Pujol. Mr. Pujol is member 109252. He was born in 1966. He has an extensive track record in business, more than 30 years in the development of different companies of the real estate sector, renewable energies and recycling, also in hotel and catering and the primary sector, agriculture and livestock management. During more than 8 years, he was the president of EFAC Almacellas Sport Club. I give the floor to the president, who will give us the reasons why he's a suitable member to this board. I'll be brief because I could spend ages talking about the virtues of Cisco Pujol. He is a person who perfectly adapts to a management board, a collegiate body, a person who listens, a person who shares his views, always useful from the point of view of his business criteria and his own sporting related experience. I should also say, and this is a minor detail, that ever since Cisco last year joined the board, he is a person who always helps the other managers who at some moment or other need help or support in the exercise of their duties as managers. And in addition, just anecdotally, we call him the talisman because he never lost, and we never lost any game if he attended. And like it or not, that's something that we truly value. So I would ask you to ratify Cisco as a member of the management board. Thank you. Once again, I ask the video with the instructions for voting to be shown on screen.
Per votar presencialment a l'Assemblea, utilitzarem comandaments individuals de vot electrònic en cadascun dels punts de l'ordre del dia que ho requereixin. Cada persona rep en el registre inicial un dispositiu com aquest. En el moment que es comenci la votació de qualsevol dels punts de l'ordre del dia podrà emetre el seu vot de manera molt senzilla. Comprovi que el seu dispositiu es troba encès, verificant que hi ha un indicador de cobertura a la cantonada superior esquerra de la pantalla. En cas que el dispositiu no estigui encès, premi la tecla OK. Seleccioni l'opció desitjada prement el número corresponent. Botó 1. Sí. Vot a favor. Botó 2. No. Vot en contra. Botó 3. Vot en blanc. Si desitja modificar el vot abans que sigui emès, premi la tecla C del teclat. Aquesta tecla permet esborrar l'opció prèviament escollida i podrà tornar a seleccionar de nou l'opció desitjada. Per confirmar el seu vot, premi la tecla OK del comandament. El seu vot serà emès per a aquest punt de l'ordre del dia i ja no el podrà modificar. Un cop hagi emès el vot, apareixerà el text OK a la cantonada superior dreta de la pantalla. Si us plau, recordi retornar al comandament de votació en acabar l'assemblea o si ha de sortir abans per qualsevol motiu. Moltes gràcies per la seva atenció.
Passem, doncs, a la votació d'aquest
So
punt de l'ordre
let's
del dia.
start with the voting process for this item on the agenda. From this moment on, we block access to the virtual room as well as to the auditorium. Next, we shall vote on the ratification of Mr. Francesc Pujol i Sabater as a new member of the management board. I would kindly ask all delegate members following this assembly remotely to press once again the voting button you will see on your screens. Since this an online vote. We will give you 10 minutes to cast your vote and count the votes. Delegate members in the room can already press the respective button on their remote controls. I kindly ask all member delegates and attendees not to stand until the end of the voting process.
Passo, doncs, a informar sobre el resultat
Now
de la
allow me
votació.
to inform about the
Un
outcome
quòrum
of the
de
we
247
have
han votat
247
afirmativament,
that have voted in
191
favor,
han votat
191
negativament, 13
in favor,
han votat en
13
blanc,
against,
37.
and blank vote 37 votes.
Per tant, ha votat positivament
Therefore,
un 77%,
73%
un no,
have voted positively,
un 5%,
negative votes have been
i en blanc el
5%,
7%.
and blank
En
votes
conseqüència
7%.
d'aquest resultat,
As a result
promo la
of this,
ratificació
we
del senyor
ratify Mr.
Francesc
Francis
Pujol i Sabater com a nou
Pujol y
membre
Sabater as a
de
new
la Junta
member
Directiva.
of the Management Board.
Siscu, que és el nom que el coneixem.
Siscu, if you'd like to say a few words, that's how we call what we call him, Siscu, to the assembly. Thank you very much to everyone. I would like to thank our president, first and foremost, Jan Laporta, and my colleagues from the management board and from the assembly of FC Barcelona for the support and the trust that they have shown in me. Furthermore, I would say that I will continue trying to support the outstanding work that is being done by this management board. This management board is very valid, and they have to continue along those same lines. Thank you all very much.
Passem, doncs, al cinquè punt de l'ordre del dia.
Let's move on to the fifth point, which has to do with ratifying Mr. Josep Soler Molina as a new member of the Economic Commission of our club.
Que sotmetrem a la ratificació de tots vostès.
And we submit for your ratification this nomination. Let me read to you about him. Mr. Josep Soler Molina, number 23,332. He was born in 1966. He has a degree in business at the University of Barcelona, and he has a long trajectory as a professional in the banking sector. He has worked at the SME Bank and has had different positions in Caixa Catalunya and Banc Sabadell. In 2009 until 2011, he was heading the Treasury department at the CaixaBank. In 2011, he began his work at CaixaBank, first of all in Treasury and auditing in the front office, and in 2019 he was in the internal auditing department, where he specialized in liquidity and capital markets, solvency, and business profitability. I would ask you to put on the video, to show the video. I know you all know how it's done, but it is protocol to show this again so that everyone knows how to use the remote controls for your voting.
Comprovi que el seu dispositiu es troba encès, verificant que hi ha un indicador de cobertura a la cantonada superior esquerra de la pantalla. En cas que el dispositiu no estigui encès, premi la tecla OK. Seleccioni l'opció desitjada prement el número corresponent. Botó 1. Sí. Vot a favor. Botó 2. No. Vot en contra. Botó 3. Vot en blanc. Si desitja modificar el vot abans que sigui emès, premi la tecla C del teclat. Aquesta tecla permet esborrar l'opció prèviament escollida i podrà tornar a seleccionar de nou l'opció desitjada. Per confirmar el seu vot, premi la tecla OK del comandament. El seu vot serà emès
Allow me to give the floor to the President so that he can give some brief words about this. Yes, I will be very brief. The professional trajectory that we've heard described by Josep Coué is about Josep Soler Molina. You should all know that in the Economic Commission there was a vacancy. Joan de Casas, for health reasons, had to step down, and he asked us to please understand his situation because it was a personal and a health-related issue. And Josep Soler came to us recommended by very prestigious individuals, and they can attest to his abilities and his professional skill. So I would ask you please to ratify him, Josep Soler, in this position in the Economic Commission. Let us move on then to the voting. So we will close the doors and no one is allowed into the room or into the digital area, and I would ask for everyone to please begin to press the vote button as it appears on the screen. From this moment on, we will provide 10 minutes for the vote. The members that are here can already press the button on their controls, and we would ask everyone to remain seated until we have finished the voting. Thank you.
Tot seguit, procedeixo a informar del
I
resultat
can
de la
now
votació.
report the outcome of
Quòrum
the
de
vote.
325,
325 were
han
the
votat
number of voters.
afirmativament
In favor,
249, han votat
249.
negativament
Against,
16,
16.
en blanc
And
55.
blank votes,
En vista d'aquest
55.
resultat, proclamo la
Given these
ratificació
results, I
del
proclaim the
senyor
ratification of
Josep
Mr.
Soler i
Josep
Molina com a membre de la
Soler i
Comissió
Molina as a
Econòmica
member
del
of
Futbol
the
Club
Economic Commission
Barcelona.
of the club, the Football Club Barcelona.
Senyor Molina, felicitats. No sé si voldrà adreçar unes paraules a l'Assemblea.
Would Mr. Josep Soler like to address the audience? Well, just to thank everyone for ratifying me on the Commission and for the confidence placed in me to work with the Economic Commission. So sincerely, thank you very much to all of you for your support.
Tot seguit, passem al sisè punt de l'ordre del dia.
The sixth point of order of the day is to ratify the contracts with Novadial Corporate, with the food and catering, and Can Barça y Midea, and their position on the jerseys. Therefore, Novadial Corporate has to do with the brand Can Barça, and the Midea brand is a brand of appliances that the men's team will wear on their sleeve. We will deal with these two contracts separately so that it can be clearer for all of you. In the same way, we will have two votes separately on these issues. I would ask Mr. Ferran Oliver, the treasurer of the club, to take the floor and explain to us the contract with Novadial Corporate. Well, this is much more pleasant. It's much easier. Let's talk about places to buy food. Very well. Let's approve a sponsorship and a contract of a company that from the São Paulo group. It's an important group that has restaurants in Spain, restaurants and catering, and they have a company called Novadial. What is this contract what is this contract? First of all, different fast food shops. They have hamburgers, pizzas, fast food that's available, and it's expected to have an exponential growth in the coming years, and FC Barcelona should not put any money into this. We have our brand so that they can develop, so this brand can develop this catering, these restaurants. This brand would like to use Can Barça around the world, and they are considering areas that are very important also for the merchandise, sale of merchandise of FC Barcelona. The restaurants will be able to open in initial period of 5 years, and for 10 years the business will be amortized for each one. This has to be approved by the assembly, otherwise it would be just a normal sponsorship. These people have in 5 years the possibility to create a restaurant. Once they have, each one of these restaurants has the right of being operated for 10 years. This is the basic structure of the contract. In each restaurant, what will there be? Well, there will be the food itself, pizzas, hamburgers, meat, salads, whatever, in different places. But within the restaurant, and this is what makes them different, they will have an official FC Barcelona shop. This shop will sell all of FC Barcelona's merchandising as well as the merchandising that Can Barça can generate. So there'll be a shop within the restaurant which will have two brands, our brand, everything that's sold at the official store of FC Barcelona, and there will be other sub-products that are specifically from Can Barça but using our crest, our logo. What rights does this company have to operate? Well, they, of course, need the support to operate and to sell these products. We're asking them to have a digital exhibition so that they're present in all of the social media of the club so that it can be explained very clearly, talking about the new actions. Barça, to help them, has the obligation that members of the Barça Legends teams will be present at the opening of each one of these shops, these restaurants, and also the memorabilia that will be used to decorate. So everything that has to do with FC Barcelona, jerseys, player signatures, any photographs of former players, everything that has to do with the history of the club, that's what we call the memorabilia, and that will be part of the themed decoration of each one of these restaurants. And this restaurant will also have signed T-shirts, from signed jerseys from different players that will be used for promotions within the restaurant. So what we're doing is creating a chain of restaurants where the Barça brand will be present. That's why it's called Can Barça. It will hopefully be worldwide, and there will be articles for merchandising because each of these restaurants will have a shop inside. What is it that we are guaranteed as income? We give them the name, but what do we get in exchange for that? Well, we have a guaranteed minimum when we sign the contract, and if you allow me, these sponsorship contracts, and since this company is also working with other sporting clubs and football clubs, we have been asked not to say the minimum guarantee of the contract, and this is also included in the bylaws of the club that says when we have these sponsorships, we must respect the confidentiality, but we have looked for a way in which we can give you an idea of the magnitude of income for Football Club Barcelona from the other source or the other stream of income. For each sale of food or drink, FC Barcelona will get 6%. Everything that is sold in each one of these restaurants, everything that is invoiced, we will get 6% on sales, and we will also have royalties for merchandising. This merchandising has two parts. On the one hand, that which is FC Barcelona, everything that you would find in an FC Barcelona shop, we will have a percentage which will be between 8.5 and 10%, depending on the volume of sales. And the Can Barça brand, which will be created, there might be towels, plates, and of course our crest will always be present on those products, and we will receive 10.5 to 12.5 depending on the volume. And there will be an additional yearly income for promotional rights. We will allow them for promotions, and they will pay a certain amount for that, and they guarantee that they will open 10 restaurants in the next 3 years, prioritizing America and Asian countries that are key markets for the development of the club. So what do I want to say in summary? This is a chain of restaurants where there are pizzas, hamburgers, fast food, drinks, and it has the peculiarity that, one, the name is Can Barça. Inside there will be a shop where the articles, the merchandise in the club will be sold, apart from those that are generated by the Can Barça brand. and that will give us a profitability as the new restaurants are open without any expenditure on our part. So this is the general framework of the agreement.
Thank you, Ferran. I would like to remind the delegate members following this session online that they can already ask for their turn of intervention. So let's start opening the next turn of speak for this item of the agenda with the questions submitted in writing. 3. We received 3 using the form between the 14th and 16th of October. We'll follow the same system as we did previously, which is I shall read the question and the treasurer will answer it. Member number 66976, Oriol Solsona Pérez, and member number 9221, Llorenç Navarro de la Brida, ask, will we receive all the information about the agreement? Well, I just gave it, with the exception of the amount of the initial payment. The sponsor asked us not to disclose it. This is part of the agreement, you know, an initial part when signing the contract, and then some royalties, and we will receive percentage based on sales between 8 and 10 and 10 and 12%, depending on whether they are specific Barça brands or Can Barça products, which is what they have created, and other royalties, plus an additional part whenever new openings are done, depending on how much or what the club needs to provide them for the new openings. Member 54617. This member asks, what percentage of the benefit of the profit or royalties will be obtained for each establishment or sub-license with the goal of ensuring this project generates relevant income for the club? I think that's already been answered. Thank you, Ferran. I would like to remind you that in-person interventions and those over the video conferencing system should refer exclusively to the subject that is being approved. In this case, I would like to remind you that there will be 2 interventions on the same item of the agenda, each of which shall be subject to ratification. This is important
d'aconseguir un bon ordre i
in
funcionament de
order to
l'Assemblea
ensure smooth operation of the Assembly and to ensure that the greatest possible number of delegate members can intervene.
Em comenten que
I am being told that in relation to Novadiel Corporate, there are no questions from the video conferencing system.
Per tant, donem per tancada
Therefore,
aquesta fase d'intervencions
there will be no questions at
i
this stage,
iniciarem
and we
la
open the
fase
floor at the
d'intervencions
auditorium
presencials.
for in-person
Sisplau.
questions.
Sisplau, aquest senyor compromissari,
Gentlemen, over here, please.
quan tingui el micròfon.
Ramon Martí Xela, member number
437.
437. 2 quick questions.
El nom Can Barça
The name,
pertany
Can
a
Barça, does it belong to Barça? And at the end of the contract,
és propietat de l'empresa.
will that name belong to the company? So we run the risk of them keeping the name at the end of the contract, right? And the other question is, what about our own merchandising? I mean, any merchandising made by this other company
controlat per
will be controlled
de producte del Barça perquè no es
Barça
facin
Products
coses que no
Department,
estiguem
right, to
d'acord
ensure
amb
that
nosaltres.
things that we disagree with are not done. Thank you.
Evidentment, es comença pel
Obviously,
final.
let me start from the end.
Hi ha alguna pregunta més?
Oh, any other questions
En sala?
from the
Ho
room?
farem per contestacions per bloc.
Because we can take
Sisplau,
more questions now.
Nom i número de soci.
Name and member number, please.
Sisplau.
Soci 941.
941.
O sigui,
Will we have to trust you? We will have to trust their percentages, the ones they share and disclose, right?
Gràcies per la seva intervenció.
Thank you.
Hi ha alguna sol·licitud més?
Any other requests?
Senyor Gaspar.
Mr. Gaspart?
628.
628.
Tocat un tema que jo coneixo una mica. No?
This is a topic I know quite well.
La meva pregunta
It touches the catering
és
industry.
difícil de contestar, però és una
My
pregunta
question, although it's difficult to
Aquí està la
answer,
marca
is
i el prestigi de la marca.
here we have the brand, the
No tenim una
prestige of
experiència
the
amb les
brand.
acadèmies,
We have an experience with the academies
un gran prestigi en el món
with
sencer.
significant prestige all
Jo
over the world.
demanaria que en el
I
contracte que
would
es faci
kindly ask that in any
veieu
contract
què
signed,
passa
you
si la
establish
qualitat no és
what may
bona.
happen if the quality is not
Perquè en
good.
el fons, si la
Because
qualitat no és
after all,
bona,
if the
doncs que
quality
no és fàcil,
of the
però que
product is not
es pot
good,
demostrar, la
something
marca
that's not easy but it can be
Barça queda
demonstrated, the
amb un
Barça
cert
brand
desprestigi i, per
would
tant,
suffer
d'alguna forma
from
es tindria que valorar
poor
que aquesta
prestige.
gent
So we
que
should
no
consider the
ho facin
possibility,
molt bé,
although I doubt they'll do a
sàpiguen que
good
d'alguna
job,
forma no
and
els
that they won't
controlem,
do a
però
good
sí
job,
que
they should know in one way or another they will be controlling the
estigui
quality
al
of the
nivell
food
de
they
la qualitat
prepare,
de la marca,
you know, at the
que fa
same
que la gent
level
vagi a aquest
of the
restaurant,
brand,
perquè el Barça
making people
és
go
marca,
to that
i
restaurant
en aquest
because
sentit,
Barça is the
com ho
brand.
teniu que fer, ho sabreu vosaltres millor que jo.
I mean, you know what
I
you're doing
segon,
much better
aquest és el típic
than I
contracte
do. But this is a typical
que jo
contract
abans ho he dit, ho repeteixo, diners sota les pedres.
where you've got
I per tant us felicito.
where we can get money from under the earth. I would do this and many other things like this, because this is what the others will not do.
Tenen petroli.
Because the others don't need to do it. They've got oil.
No tenim petroli.
We don't have oil.
Coses com aquesta.
We need things like this.
Aquest tema de
Let me
prestigi que torno a
Just
repetir.
emphasize we need to be careful with the prestige. The Barcelona academies are prestigious all over the world because we did things the right way. And I would like this project to be a success story, for it to work well, but always focusing on the fact that this company does things well.
Aquest prestigi perquè la marca Barça
You know, ensuring the prestige of the Barça brand is safeguarded. We need the right quality of a product that is not difficult to do or cook, but it needs to have a good quality.
Quan algú pregunti per
And
què
when
som
someone
diferents,
asks why we are different, we can say we are different because we need to think about ways and formulas like these.
crec jo que
So I
estic
think
tirant endavant i
we need to carry on with this
la marca
and
que sigui prestigiosa amb la qualitat del
do this with quality.
Gràcies.
Thank you.
Alguna altra intervenció?
Any other comments?
No?
No.
Molt bé, doncs tot seguit
Very well.
començarem
Then we'll
el torn de
start by
respostes.
giving the answers to these
Senyor
questions.
Ramon Martí.
Mr. Ramon Martí.
El nom Can Barça
The
seguirà
name Can
perteneixent al
Barça will continue to belong to Barça.
I això serà... està en contracte, no
It's in the
pateixi.
contract, don't worry about it.
Sempre té a veure amb Barça.
Everything that has to
és
do with
propietat del
Barça
club.
is
Això
owned by the club.
Mai es planteja res que
We
pugui ser d'una altra
would
manera.
never
no podria ser
consider
d'una altra manera.
something different.
Qui controla això? BLM.
Who will control this?
Això
BLM.
penja de BLM. O sigui,
This
tota aquesta estructura que
hangs
el que
from
representa
BLM.
és coses de la botiga,
Anything
perquè
related
acaba
to the
vinculat amb la
stores
botiga, és BLM que
will be
controla.
subject
I,
to
evidentment,
control by
tenim mecanismes
BLM,
per
and obviously we have
controlar-ho.
mechanisms to
Avui per
control
avui,
this.
Tot el que nosaltres els donem a la
Whatever we
botiga ho tenim
give
controlat.
to them
La creació de
for their
productes
store will
també
be
es farà a
controlled.
través de BLM.
Their creation of products will be done
Hi ha
through
un
BLM as
sistema
well.
de control
So there's
exhaustiu
an
per
exhaustive
controlar-ho.
control
La part de food
system.
and beverage per descomptat. No hi ha cap
And the food
preocupació
and
que perquè el
beverage
control
part as
sobre
well.
tot això
We're not
sigui
worried
exhaustiu.
because control
Però
will
crec
be
que té tota la raó de fer aquesta
exhaustive.
pregunta,
But
perquè
you're quite
clar,
right to
quan
ask
tu
that
d'alguna
question
manera
because
prestes el teu nom
when
has de
you
tindre molt clar
lend someone
que
your
tindràs
name, you
la
need
forma
to
de
know
garantir els
that you can
resultats, el
guarantee
cobrament
the result,
i què és el que
collection,
estàs venent,
and
no?
what you're selling.
Però en aquest cas està
But in
absolutament
this
garantit.
case, it's guaranteed.
La segona pregunta
With respect to the second question,
ens haurem de fiar dels
do we need to
percentatges
trust the
del benefici que tinguin? És
percentages
la
of the
mateixa
profit they
resposta, i
notify?
tant,
Yes,
perquè
of
els
course,
controlem
because
nosaltres
we will
d'alguna
control
manera.
them.
Som nosaltres els que
We are
fabriquem, que tenim el
those
control de la
who
roba
have control
i de la roba que
of
fabriquin el tema de
garments
Can
and
Barça,
any
tots els
garments
productes que facin.
they
Igual
do
el
with the
control
Can
està
Barça brand.
garantit.
So
Hi ha
control is
la part
guaranteed.
de food and
And when it comes to
beverage,
food
la
and
part del menjar i
beverage,
beure,
F&B,
evidentment també està garantit.
obviously
Hi ha
that's
sistemes
guaranteed
absoluts
as well.
de control avui per avui.
There are ways of ensuring control of these things.
Sobre La pregunta del
As
senyor
for
Joan Gaspar,
Mr. Joan Gaspar's comment, Mr. Joan Gaspar knows a great deal about this, of
Hi ha una
course.
sortida, Joan, hi ha una sortida en cas de que la qualitat
There is
del producte no
an
sigui bo.
out clause, just in case the quality of the product is not
Primer
good.
tens raó, el que es diu.
You're quite
Nosaltres
right in
hem de
what you
buscar
said.
petroli
We need-
de sota les pedres.
it's like
Perquè
looking
no
for
tenim
oil.
capacitats de tindre uns
We
ingressos que no ens
cannot
vinguin d'un altre
secure
costat. Els altres
revenues from
costats
somewhere else.
ho
Other
modifiquen això molt
state clubs
senzillament.
can
Apareix una
easily
empresa
resolve
que
this by means of
prop del
a
país que li posen
company, a
una
state
sponsorització
company with
i ja tenen uns
sponsorship.
ingressos de sponsorització.
And they secure
Nosaltres
sponsoring
els ingressos de sponsorització són de veritat.
income. Ours
I
are
en un moment
real.
els tenim que buscar
And there
on
comes a
sigui,
moment
on
when we
sigui.
need to look for
I aquesta
them
és una bona
wherever we
oferta.
can.
El que
This
passa
is a
és
good
que és ben
offer.
cert que vinculem
It is
el
true,
nom
though,
Barça
that
amb
we are
una
linking
cadena de
our
restaurants
name, Barça, with
i
the
que
restaurant
tenim que estar
chain,
molt segurs
and
i
we
per si
need
hi
to
ha
be
clàusules de
certain,
sortida
that's why we
que si
have
això no
exit
funciona bé
clauses,
es
to
pugui
ensure
tirar
that if
enrere
this
el
doesn't
contracte.
work, we can backtrack.
Gràcies, Ferran.
Thank you, Ferran.
Donem per closa també
This brings us to the end
el torn
of
de
the
resposta a
turn
les
of
intervencions
interventions to
referent a aquest punt sobre
the
l'ordre del
answers
dia.
about this
Sol·licito
item on the
novament
agenda.
la
Once
mostra
again,
del
I
vídeo
ask
d'instruccions per
the
votació,
video
sisplau.
showing the instructions on how to vote.
Per votar presencialment a l'Assemblea, utilitzarem comandaments individuals de vot electrònic en cadascun dels punts de l'ordre del dia que ho requereixin. Cada persona rep en el registre inicial un dispositiu com aquest. En el moment que es comenci la votació de qualsevol dels punts de l'ordre del dia podrà emetre el seu vot de manera molt senzilla. Comprovi que el seu dispositiu es troba encès, verificant que hi ha un indicador de cobertura a la cantonada superior esquerra de la pantalla. En cas que el dispositiu no estigui encès, premi la tecla OK. Seleccioni l'opció desitjada prement el número corresponent. Botó 1. Sí. Vot a favor. Botó 2. No. Vot en contra. Botó 3. Vot en blanc. Si desitja notificar el vot abans que sigui emès, premi la tecla C del teclat. Aquesta tecla permet esborrar l'opció prèviament escollida i podrà tornar a seleccionar de nou l'opció desitjada. Per confirmar el seu vot, premi la tecla OK del comandament. El seu vot serà emès per a aquest punt de l'ordre del dia i ja no el podrà modificar. Un cop hagi emès el vot, apareixerà el text OK a la cantonada superior dreta de la pantalla. Si us plau, recordi retornar al comandament de votació en acabar l'assemblea o si ha de sortir abans per qualsevol motiu. Moltes gràcies per la seva atenció.
Comencem, doncs, amb la
So
votació
let us start
d'aquest punt de
with
l'ordre
a
del dia.
vote for this item on the agenda. From this moment, access to the virtual room and to the auditorium are closed. We will be voting on the ratification of the contract with Novardial Corporate. I would kindly ask all delegate members following this meeting online to please click once again on the voting button that we'll see on your screens. Since this vote will be cast remotely, we will give 10 minutes to ensure everybody has time to vote and count the votes. The delegate members in the room can already press the button on their remote controls and vote. I kindly ask all senators and other attendees not to stand or leave until they have voted.
Passem ara al segon punt
Let's move on now to the next item
a la ratificació
relating
sobre
to
el
the
contracte amb
ratification of the
Midea.
contract with Midea.
Els deixo novament amb el senyor Ferran Oliver,
I'll leave you with
tresorer
Mr.
del
Ferran
club.
Oliver, treasurer of the club, once again.
Això no va.
Gràcies.
Que funciona això. Ara ja està. Molt bé. Anem a la ratificació de
Okay,
l'acord de
let's
patrocini
focus now on the
amb Midea.
ratification of the sponsorship agreement with
Anem a
Midea.
situar-nos.
Let me give you some
Abans
context.
d'explicar què és Midea,
Before explaining what Midea
aquest acord els
is,
passem a la seva autorització
This is an agreement that we are
perquè,
subjecting
és
to
un
your
dels
ratification
sponsors
because this is
de la
one
samarreta.
of the
En
sponsors
concret,
of the
és
jersey.
l'esponsor de
Specifically,
la
it will
mànega.
appear on
Si
this
vostès
sleeve.
recorden, fins ara,
If you recall,
aquesta temporada
up to
inclosa, la
now, including this
25-26,
season,
l'esponsor de la mànega és
25-26, the
Ambilight.
sponsor is
Vostès veuen
Ambilight.
que el primer equip porta aquí a la
The
mànega
first team
Ambilight. Aquest
shows
és la part
Ambilight
que
on the sleeve.
substituirem
This
per Midea
will be replaced by
a la
Midea,
temporada
but
26-27.
only in the 26-27
Midea?
season. Who is
Midea és
Midea?
un líder mundial
Midea is the
d'electrodomèstics
world leader in
que serà
electrical
l'esponsor
appliances,
oficial
who
del
will
club
be
a la
the
temporada
main sponsor of the club in the 2026-2027 season, of Chinese origin, and it will appear on the sleeve for the following 5 seasons. Sponsorship will begin in the 26-27 season until the 2030-2031 season.
Midea formarà part dels
Midea will
sponsors
form part
principals
of the
del
main
club.
sponsors of the
Recordin,
club.
els sponsors principals del
And
club
remember, the
són
main
Nike,
sponsors are Nike
Spotify,
Spotify,
i ara serà Midea
and
a la
Midea.
samarreta. Qui és Midea?
What is, or who are
Midea
they?
és una empresa que per
Midea
molts
is a
de
company
vostès
that for
no
many
els
of
sonarà el
you
nom,
might
però
not
és
be
una empresa
familiar.
líder,
It's a
és el
leading
número 1
company,
en venda
number one in the
d'electrodomèstics
sale
a
of
nivell
smart
mundial.
electrical appliances
Té
worldwide.
una divisió de
With
diversificació
a technological
tecnològica molt
diversification
important en
section,
tema
one of the most
d'edificis, de
important ones when it comes
robòtica,
to
de
buildings,
logística.
robotics, logistics.
Va ser fundada
It
l'any
was founded in
1968
1968 in
a
Beijing, China,
Té més de
with more than
190.000
190,000 employees.
empleats, tenia 190.000 habitants, i té uns resultats econòmics de
And the
57,1 milions,
It is
57,5
57.5
bilions
billion.
de dòlars. Forma part del que
forms
és
part
aquest club exclusiu que és de
Of an
Fortune Global
exclusive
500
Fortune Global
i està a la
500
posició
club
intermitja
holding
del
position
246. És a dir,
246.
estem parlant d'una
So we're
empresa
talking
amb
about
una gran
a company
solvència
with
econòmica
great
que hem d'estar
economic
contents,
solvency,
coneixi el seu
and we
camí
should
amb
be
nosaltres
happy
i formi
to
part
have
d'aquest
them
selecte grup d'esponsors que cada
join our
vegada estan buscant
selected
afegir-se a
group of
nosaltres.
sponsors that are seeking to attach themselves to us.
que és una història no d'ara,
This
sinó
is
de fa
not a
temps.
current story, but
De
one
fa
that
temps,
started
que
years ago.
Midea volia unir
Midea
els
wanted
destins
to
amb el Futbol
tie
Club Barcelona
their
des de feia molt de temps.
future
Per
with
ells la
ours.
marca
For
Futbol
a
Club
long time
Barcelona
for
era una
them,
marca
the
molt
FC
interessant
Barcelona
i que
brand was a
estaven
very
buscant
interesting brand,
unir
and
camins.
they were
Ara s'ha
looking
produït
to
gràcies a
put
acabar el
both
contracte
paths
d'Ambilight
together.
i
With
poder
the end of the
ells
Ambilight
es
agreement,
començar a treballar amb
they
nosaltres.
can start working with us.
En què consisteix aquest acord?
What does the
Es
agreement
converteix,
consist
com
of?
dèiem, en el
It has
patrocinador
become,
principal,
they
en
become
un
the
dels
main
patrocinadors
sponsors, or
principals
at
del
least
Futbol
one
Club
of the main
Barcelona.
sponsors of FC
Aquest
Barcelona.
dedica a electrodomèstics, amb
They
el
are
qual
dedicated
tindrà
to
una
electrical
exclusivitat en
appliances,
tot el
so
tema de
they'll have
patrocinis
exclusivity when it comes to the
d'electrodomèstics, és a dir,
sponsorship of
nosaltres
electrical
no podrem
appliances.
buscar
We will not be
una altra
able to
marca
look for
d'electrodomèstics
another
de patrocinadors,
household
perquè ells això
appliance
sí que ho tenen en
brand
exclusiva.
because they will
El
hold
mateix ens passa, per
exclusivity.
exemple, amb
The same
Estrella Damm.
goes for
No podem
Estrella
buscar
Damm.
posar
We
una altra
cannot
cervesa com a patrocinador.
use
El
any
territori és
other
global,
beer
està
as a
a tot el món.
sponsor. It's a
I
global
on
sponsorship
estarà
worldwide,
associat, i aquesta és la
and it
part
will be
important. Estarà
associated
associat
to
bàsicament a la samarreta
primarily
del
to
primer
the
equip i a l'equip
jersey of the
d'entrenament
first
també
team
del primer equip, a
and
les samarretes
the
d'entrenament del
training
primer equip.
jerseys for the first men's team.
Això és molt semblant
Now, this is
el que
very
tenim amb
similar
Bimbo,
to what we
amb el
have
femení.
with Bimbo with the
Bimbo
women's
està a la
team.
samarreta i és un sponsor de
Bimbo is
club, i
present
ells faran
on
un
the
procés
jersey,
similar.
it's a
Serà
sponsor of the
sponsor
club,
de
and this
samarreta
will
del
be
masculí, però també
similar.
sponsoritzaran
They
coses del
will
femení.
sponsor
Com els deia,
the
això durarà 5
jersey of
temporades, es
the men's
comença la
team, but
26,
also
27 i
sponsor
s'estendrà
other
fins a la
things
30-31.
with the women's team, and this will go until 2030.
On estarà? A la mànega. Estarà a la mànega del primer equip i
As we said, it will be on the sleeve of the
la
jersey
samarreta
of the first team
d'entrenament.
men
Estarà
and
present
also
en totes
the
les
practice
competicions
jersey,
que jugui
training jersey.
l'equip, així
And it will
com
be
a
present in
qualsevol
all
partit que jugui arreu del món.
competitions, as well as their matches anywhere in the world.
Que tindrà dret, i ja ho veurem amb idea, doncs, fixi's aquesta imatge, que és els actes institucionals, com per exemple la zona de premsa i espais que tinguin visibilitat d'actuacions del primer equip. Aquí poden veure el Rafinha i a darrere veuran, saps com veuen això a la sala de premsa, que hi ha diferents sponsors, doncs Midea tindrà dret d'estar en aquesta pantalla. També tenen accés privilegiat als jugadors per generar continguts, per generar actes de publicitat, i també tindran dret a paquets d'hospitalitat dintre de Spotify Camp Nou com accés a experiències úniques dintre del club. Tindran accés a llotges, tindran accés a situacions d'aquestes, que és habitual en qualsevol sponsor d'aquest nivell. No és res diferent. Midea tindrà visibilitat també a les diferents plataformes i xarxes socials que té el club i patrocinarà continguts regulars en relació al primer equip del Futbol Club Barcelona. És a dir, és un sponsor que s'engloba bàsicament amb el primer equip, amb actuacions fonamentals a nivell de club, però que estarà molt vinculat a lo que és el primer equip. Quines són l'estratègia? I aquí, sense dir-li la quantitat, sí que podem dir-los que hem aconseguit que aquest sponsor aboni un 25% més del que estava abonant en Bilai, que era l'anterior sponsor, que tenim encara aquest any a la samarreta. Per nosaltres és un motiu d'orgull també que Midea pugui estar amb nosaltres, perquè creiem que és una de les grans empreses del món, probablement molt més conegut Orient que aquí a Occident, però és una de les grans empreses del món sense cap dubte a nivell d'electrodomèstics, una empresa que en qualsevol dels supermercats, quan passes cap a Orient, te la trobes i està present a tot arreu. És número 1 en venda d'electrodomèstics. Ens fa una millora, com deien, del 25% en l'acord actual que tenim amb en Bilai, el qual és motiu de satisfacció. Ens situa amb els millors pagats, mànegues pagades de tot el futbol europeu. Com els deia, són líders de producció de productes per la llar, d'electrodomèstics, i d'alguna manera el tenim amb un actiu de rellevància, precisament un dels de més rellevància que tenim, que és la samarreta, que serà el nostre sponsor de la marca. Bé, en resum, jo crec que tenim una molt bona sponsorització, tenim una molt bona marca que ens ha buscat durant fa molts anys per estar amb nosaltres. Al final ho hem aconseguit, hem juntat camins i crec que aconseguim tindre 3 sponsors principals, Spotify, Nike i ara Midea, que estan a l'altura de lo que és el futbol professional.
Gràcies, Ferran.
Thank you, Ferran.
Recordo els compromissaris que ens segueixen de forma telemàtica que ja poden començar a demanar el seu torn d'intervenció. Obrim, doncs, el torn d'intervencions i deliberacions relatiu a aquest punt de l'ordre del dia i començarem, com ja bé saben, responent a aquelles preguntes que s'han realitzat a través del formulari. En total hem rebut 3 preguntes. Comencem, doncs, amb la primera i segona, que són dels socis 65.977, el senyor Oriol Solsona Pérez, i el soci 9.221, Llorenç Navarro, de la Prida, que entenc jo que el Ferran Oliver ja ho ha explicat a bastament, atès que la seva pregunta és: podeu recordar els termes d'aquest contracte?
can you explain to us the terms of this contract? If there's nothing else that you want to add, well, all I can add, I can just insist on what I said before. We cannot tell you because we have agreed confidentiality agreements. Consider that this is a very delicate situation because they have other sponsorships of other clubs and they have a clause to guarantee confidentiality which prevents us from sharing this. So next year you will be able to see the increase. Well, not next year, but the following year you will see the sponsorship increases. But we cannot go into detail at this moment. And I think with that I answered both of the questions. Oh, yes, there's another question about the corporate responsibility.
No, perdona.
No, sorry.
És que aquests dos són les primeres dues, ara entrarem a la tercera, que és la que ens fa el soci 54.617, que ens en fa dues, que és l'Eduard Conti-Batlle, referent a la primera, que és quin és l'import econòmic total anual d'aquest contracte entre fixos i variables, i la segona, si és possible, diu quins criteris de responsabilitat corporativa s'han d'aplicar per garantir que aquests patrocinadors s'alineïn amb els valors del club i quines són les clàusules de sortida en cas de conflicte reputacional.
With our values and how will it affect our reputation? Well, the first part of the question is identical to the other two, but let me just say that all of the sponsorships of FC Barcelona go through a very exhaustive compliance process. I was explaining the other day, we have sponsors, there have been sponsorship proposals for a great deal of money, but they were not in line with the objectives, the goals of the entity. And we always have an out clause, an escape clause that if anything goes against the bylaws of the club or the strategy of the club, it gives us the possibility to cancel this agreement. But this is not the case.
Molt bé, gràcies.
Very well, thank you.
Entrem, doncs, a les
Let
intervencions
us go now
presencials i a
to
través de videoconferència,
the video conferencing
que s'han de referir, recordem,
in-person
exclusivament a la matèria subjecta
questions or
a l'aprovació, en
interventions.
aquest cas la ratificació dels
And
contractes
remember
d'Amidea.
that what we're looking at is the approval of the
Com bé ja
sponsorship
saben,
of Midea.
per tal d'aconseguir un
And
bon
as you
ordre
know,
és
in
necessari
order to have
que
order,
es faci de
it's
forma breu
necessary for these to
i
be
que
as
per
brief
tal
as
de que puguin intervenir el
possible,
màxim nombre de compromissaris.
also to
Vull
allow the
recordar que
maximum
abans de
number
cada
of members
intervenció
to
cal dir el nom
participate.
i número de
Please give your
soci.
name and your member number before asking your question.
M'acaben d'informar
I've
que no tenim
just
cap
been told
pregunta
that we don't
per
have any
videoconferència.
video
Per tant, donem per tancada
questions, so we
aquest tipus
close this
d'intervenció
type of intervention,
i entrarem
and we now
a les
will
intervencions
ask for
presencials.
in-person intervention.
El compromissari que tingui una pregunta al respecte
Any
sobre aquest tema de l'ordre del
member
dia,
that
sisplau,
is here
aixequi la
and that
mà
has a
i
question,
s'atensaran
comment about
d'organització.
this point of order, please raise your hand and we will give you that opportunity.
Veig que no n'hi ha cap.
Well, I see
Per tant,
that there
entenc
are
que
no
també donem per
interventions
tancada
requested, so we
torn
close
presencial.
this round of questions.
Tornem a demanar, doncs,
And
a l'organització que es mostrin
we
el vídeo amb les
Ask
instruccions de
for the
votació.
video to be shown once again with the instructions on the
Per votar
voting.
presencialment a l'Assemblea, utilitzarem comandaments individuals de vot electrònic en cadascun dels punts de l'ordre del dia que ho requereixin. Cada persona rep en el registre inicial un dispositiu com aquest. En el moment que es comenci la votació de qualsevol dels punts de l'ordre del dia podrà emetre el seu vot de manera molt senzilla. Comprovi que el seu dispositiu es troba encès, verificant que hi ha un indicador de cobertura a la cantonada superior esquerra de la pantalla. En cas que el dispositiu no estigui encès, premi la tecla OK. Seleccioni l'opció desitjada prement el número corresponent. Botó 1. Sí. Vot a favor. Botó 2. No. Vot en contra. Botó 3. Vot en blanc. Si desitja modificar el vot abans que sigui emès, premi la tecla C del teclat. Aquesta tecla permet esborrar l'opció prèviament escollida i podrà tornar a seleccionar de nou l'opció desitjada. Per confirmar el seu vot, premi la tecla OK del comandament. El seu vot serà emès per a aquest punt de l'ordre del dia i ja no el podrà modificar. Un cop hagi emès el vot, apareixerà el text OK a la cantonada superior dreta de la pantalla. Si us plau, recordi retornar al comandament de votació en acabar l'assemblea o si ha de sortir abans per qualsevol motiu. Moltes gràcies per la seva atenció.
Comencem, doncs, amb la votació d'aquest punt de l'ordre del dia. A partir d'aquest moment bloquegem l'accés tant a la sala virtual com a l'auditori. Votarem la ratificació del contracte amb IDEA. Agrairia que tots els compromissaris que estan seguint la reunió des de mitjans telemàtics, sisplau, procedeixin a prémer novament el botó de votació que veuen en pantalla. I atès que la votació és telemàtica, a partir d'aquest moment donarem 10 minuts per procedir a la votació i al conseqüent recompte. Els compromissaris presents a la sala ja no poden prémer el botó dels seus comandaments per a votar. Els demano novament a tots els senadors i la resta d'assistents que no s'aixequin del seu lloc fins que no s'hagi votat. Comencem, doncs, la votació. Els comento que ja no hauran de veure més el vídeo de la votació perquè els punts a l'ordre del dia
This is the last point that will undergo vote, so you will not have to watch that video of instructions again.
Aznar, sisplau, pots venir, sisplau?
Aznar, if you can please come forward.
Disculpin els petits problemes informàtics.
We apologize for some small problems, computer-related problems, but now we are going to inform of the vote for the ratification of the Midea contract, which is the sixth point of order of our agenda. Point B, we have 374 quorum, and in favor 321 votes, against 25, and blank votes 19. Therefore, based on the result, I proclaim the ratification of the contract with Midea.
El contracte s'ha ratificat amb el
85.83%
de vots negatius
in favor, 6% against, and 5% blank votes. That is the outcome.
Tal vegada, i per també qüestions tècniques, torno a repetir
I am going to repeat once again
el punt sisè,
that the sixth
referent a la
point
ratificació
that has to do with the
del contracte
ratification
de
of the
Novadiel
contract of Novadale Corporate.
el quòrum era
The quorum was
366, els vots
366,
positius
positive votes,
272,
votes in favor
els
272,
vots negatius
votes against 52,
i els vots en blanc
and the blank
34.
votes 34.
Per tant,
Therefore,
proclamo
I
la
also
ratificació també de Novadiel
proclaim the
Corporate,
ratification
com abans els he comentat.
of the
Moltes gràcies.
contract with Novadiel Corporate, as we said before. Thank you very much.
Passem al setè punt de l'ordre del dia.
Let's move on now to the seventh item of the agenda, referring to the report issued by the
Per
Ombudsman.
això, en aplicació dels
So,
articles 20,
Pursuant to Articles 20.10 and 55 or 57.1 Section D of the bylaws of the club, I kindly ask Mr. Ramon Esteve, Ombudsman of all members, to present and read to this General Assembly the required report from the podium.
Bona tarda, president.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the Management Board, former presidents, senators, delegate members, and dear colleagues of the statutory commissions of this club. I would like to submit to you the annual report of the actions referring to the last financial year, which, as the Secretary just said, are the requirements as established in the club's bylaws. As you can see on screen, this year, 2,036 members have approached us, and now on average 270 have made, leading to the opening of 203 cases, of which most, 61%, were dedicated to mediations between the member and the club. 124 cases, of which we were able to issue a favorable resolution to 2 of every 3. I possibly assess this, and this has only been possible to everybody's availability, that of the UAB and the Management Board, with whom we work together to give a solution to the problems that have been posed to us. When it comes to the topics, as you can see, there has been an instance in the recovery of season tickets by those members who had not completed the register, and also regulations regarding season tickets for finals and other games. Along these lines, it is my understanding that with a view to new finals, you should review the information given to the members, because there are less problems with them, but I believe we could improve things to avoid misunderstandings and problems in the management of tickets. Another issue that many members have addressed to us has to do with the percentage of distribution of tickets for finals amongst members and member clubs, infra-dimensioned or size compared to these clubs. As you can see, 6 days on average, as you can see in red, is the average time in resolving the cases brought to our attention. According to topic, the social topics, and with respect to the register, I would like to inform you that following its update, the club has a percentage of members with the right to vote as at 30 June of 78.3%, an increase of members that are loyal to the club following 1 year. In order to give you some more context, this is the highest percentage in the last 4 election periods. This is positive data that should be highlighted, because this exercise this year is still dragging the losses due to the updating of the register. And in relation to the register, we ask that the deregister process for a member before proceeding to the register entailed a certified letter to be sent. Now, 2 emails are sent, 2 certified emails are sent, but I would replace the latter one with a certified post. Because this is one of the most important decisions that the club can carry out with respect to a member, and it should be run smooth. I'm aware that this comes at a cost, but since, given the severity of the decision, we should allow the UAB to incur this cost. We believe it would be €3,000 a year. Of the previous year, I would like to highlight the attainment of a long-asked claim, which is there's a 9-free phone, removing the 900 phone or hotline, allowing foreign members or those living abroad to get in touch with the club easily. Similarly, I would like to highlight that all members above the age of 70 will be given a different telephone assistance.
Tenim un nombre molt important de socis i sòcies d'edat avançada que no només hem de deixar oblidat, sinó que entenc que és obligació nostra protegir de forma activa, i aquesta és una mesura que jo entenc que els protegeix. Bé, el segon punt que vull tocar és el tema de l'estadi i de les consignes. De cara a la tornada de Spotify Camp Nou, he proposat per atenció al servei de consignes de l'estadi. Hem de tenir en compte que portar al camp, per exemple, una tauleta o un ordinador, que són objectes del tot quotidians, o inclús no tan quotidians com el cotxet donador, no queden permesos al camp per normes de seguretat que el CUP no imposa. Això és normativa. Hi ha una llei de l'any 2007 i després un decret que la desenvolupa el 2010. Per tant, no són normes que faci el club, perquè a vegades els socis ens venen amb
implemented by the club. Sometimes the partners come to us believing it is the club that doesn't allow them to bring these objects into the stadium. It is a norm that the club must follow in accordance with national regulations. So from the Ombudsman, we can study for lockers to be implemented in the new Spotify canal, sent to the board for their HOPE application. And now with the view to our return to Spotify canal, we believe it is necessary to make an effort when it comes to the information sent to all members. It is my understanding that we expect to set up an office to this end. We believe it is necessary. Because we foresee there will be a lot of demand of information on the part of all members, we will need to give a response to them, and we need and celebrate that initiative. The next item I would like to address has to do with Catalan. In last year's assembly, I already said that there is a need to protect the use of Catalan, reminding you of the relationship of the country with its language, of the club with the country and its language. That's why Article 6 of our bylaws establishes clearly that the language of this club is Catalan, and as such, it is the one most commonly used, preferentially used in all activities of the club. It is therefore a right enshrined in the bylaws that needs to be defended and protected. It is not a minor issue, and I celebrate the sensitiveness of this board headed by the President. Evidence of this is that in the opening report the President referred to it as well. Along these lines, we have set up a direct communication channel to address all of these issues, and it's already bearing fruit. This is a tool that will be very useful for all of us, and we are well aware that we still have room for improvement, so it will help us normalize the use of Catalan in the club. Allow me to finish with two more
acceptada i una proposta de petició acceptada i que ja és d'aplicació consisteix en que s'informarà als socis quan se'ls impugui un expedient disciplinari que disposen de la figura del síndic en la seva defensa si ho consideren oportú. I com a darrera proposta o petició, crec que seria una bona iniciativa incloure la comunicació que el club dirigeix als socis i sòcies per felicitar els seus 25, 50 o 75 aniversaris com a socis del club sobre la situació de l'estat d'espera per la cerimònia de lliurament d'insígnies de la manera més detallada possible. Això ens evitaria o reduiria possibles incidències que es produeixen i, a més, també podríem preveure l'avançament, si cal, en determinats casos que puguin estar justificats. Moltes gràcies.
Thank you very much.
Gràcies, senyor Esteve.
Thank you, Mr. Esteve, the Ombudsman.
Passem tot seguit
Let's move
al
on now
punt
to
8è
item
de
number
l'ordre del
8
dia,
of the agenda,
referent a l'Espai Barça,
referring to
situació
Espai
actual
Barça,
i properes
current
fites.
situation and next milestones.
Sí, permeteu-me un breu comentari,
Just allow me to
secretari,
make a brief comment with
a
respect
l'informe del
to
síndic.
the
Gràcies,
Ombudsman's report.
Ramon,
Thank you, Ramon,
perquè has estat molt clar
because you were very clear
i, a més, t'has fet molt entenidor en la teva
and
exposició
your presentation
i
was crystal clear.
suposat que la petició ja ho
And
vam
obviously,
comentar,
this is a request that has already been
els
considered.
expedients disciplinaris o que els socis que
Disciplinary
hagin estat
cases
sotmesos
or
o estiguin
those
sotmesos
members
a
that are
expedients
subject to
disciplinaris,
having subject to
prèviament se'ls
disciplinary
avisarà
hearings
que tenen
will be
l'opció
warned
que el
that they have
síndic
the
del
option
soci
for the Ombudsman to
defensi.
defend their case.
I després, per l'altre, del 25, 50 i
Regarding
75è
the
aniversari,
25th, 50th and 70th
d'anar
anniversary,
avisant de
and
quan està
regarding that
previst que
request
s'imposi la
of
insígnia
letting
corresponent,
people know
això
about the
també ho farem,
handing or the
recollint
granting,
la
the
teva
awarding of the
petició.
insignia, we shall do that.
Heu de saber
You
que
should know
nosaltres, aquí alguns companys,
that
com el
some
Josep
colleagues
Ignasi
here, like
Macià,
Josep
Antonio
Ignasi
Escudero,
Macià, Antonio
Elena,
Escudero, or Elena,
som els que estem imposant les insígnies de més de 50 anys i de
awarding the
75.
insignia for the
Els
plus
altres
50 and
companys de Junta
75,
Directiva, amb
and
el
the other
vicepresident
colleagues
primer, el
with
Rafael
the Vice
Juste,
President Rafael
van
Juste
imposant les de 25 anys.
granted those for
Però
members
penseu que
reaching
per raó de la
25.
pandèmia portem
Because
2
of
anys
the
enredarits,
pandemic, we
que va
have a
haver-hi
2-year
una
delay.
acumulació de 2
There
anys
was
de
an
no
accumulation of 2 years
imposar
without
insígnies
awarding
en el seu
these
moment.
insignia.
I això, doncs, afecta a tots els
this
guardonats, o
affects
afecta a
all
tots aquests reconeixements.
awardees and all of these acknowledgements.
Nosaltres esmerçarem tots els esforços que calgui
We will
perquè això vagi
endeavor
més ràpid.
to ensure that we can speed things up.
De determinar si hi
The
ha
way of
algun cas especial
determining
que requereix una
if there's a
actuació
specific case requiring urgent or specific action will be considered by you, if I may say so.
Perquè entenc que totes estaran més que justificades.
I'm pretty sure they will be justified.
Totalment
For the rest,
molt il·lustratiu, tot el que has dit.
everything you said is very clear. 78% of members have the right to vote.
Doncs històric.
This is a historical figure.
I això que s'ha fet l'actualització del cens.
And this is after updating the register, which has allowed us to know how many of us there are. In any event, the deregistration process is something that you also touched on.
És potser el càstig més
This is perhaps the strongest punishment.
Hi ha diversos motius.
There could be many different reasons for it. And let me say in this regard that this certified post option is justified. It comes at a cost, but is something that we can incur. The 900 hotline and online support is something that is bearing fruit as well. And you mentioned the stadium, of course. I believe that the offices are very much needed to address problems, and since we will have the best stadium in the world, we will be able to get back the best stadium in the world. Any services for the best interests of all fans and members will require our efforts, and I kindly ask our Espai Barça department to take good note of that. Joan Centelles and Elena, please bear those things in mind. And obviously we want to use Catalan. This is our language. This is one of our commitments. We are committed to our language, to our culture. So this is our common language. I know there are some complaints, some situations that we need to resolve when it comes to the signage of the areas around the stadium. I know that you are especially concerned because of that, because you receive the claims and complaints. You know that we are sensitive to that, and we are in the stage of resolving these issues. But rest assured, we are motivated in promoting our own language, Catalan. Thank you. If I may say so, Mr. President, you referred to issues or problems, to go to a place where people can resolve their issues. This will be an office where people can get information. The process of coming back to the Spotify Camp Nou at its full capacity, there will be an office open to all, so that any member, with or without a problem, can go and get information. So it's broader than that. It's not just a place where people can raise their concerns. Yeah, it'll play a broader role. We want any member to be able to go there if need be, to get information. We're even considering the possibility of being able to see the place where they will see. It's much more than that. Very well. So as I was saying, let's start with the 8th item on the agenda, referring to Espai Barça, current situation and next milestones. This is an informational item, and I kindly ask the Vice President, Ms. Elena Fort, to approach the podium.
Bona tarda a tothom.
Good evening. Like every year for the last few years, we come to this assembly explaining and providing information about the Espai Barça. After this video, I don't know whether I can say much more. These images speak for themselves. I would like to say once again that we will have the best stadium in the world. A stadium which is no longer a dream, a stadium which is not something impossible. It's just round the corner, and very soon we will all be able to enjoy it. I will try to be brief. Along the same vein as previous years, here you can see the building sequence of the last few years. Today we are in October 2025, in this yellow arrow, third quarter of 2025, following the demolition, groundworks, renovation of first and second tiers. Very soon we will come to the completion, and next year in 2026 we will open the Barça store, also the museum, and we will finish with the indoor work of the third tier. This is a sequence we've reviewed over the last years in previous assemblies, and today we present to you the situation regarding the plan. As you can see, we are getting to the end. I would also like to say, as mentioned, that this delay in the execution of the works has meant that despite finishing the first, second and third tiers in 2026, the completion of the roof, the cover, will not be able to be carried out in 2026. Therefore, we will execute this between summer 2027 and winter and Christmas of 2027. Over the previous weeks and months, we've seen a lot about this. When we will be back, what is going on? What is going on with the licenses? Well, initially, the authorization and the legalization of these works is complex. We're talking about more than 251 square meters. I mean, not with just one single license, as you could erect a building, a housing building or a warehouse, but in two stages. Stage 1 corresponding to the first and second tier, and the second stage for the third tier, the newly built area. This, nonetheless, the complexity of this first phase for the first and second tiers meant that together with the City Council, we would divide it into 3 stages. We organized these stages to have partial authorizations so that we could access the stadium, and that the part that was more delayed could not prevent us from making use of the stadium. On Friday, we received good news after several weeks. Once again, as the President said, I would like to thank the City Council of Barcelona and the municipal technicians for their work. Also those of our team after so many difficult months and weeks. Fascinating time, though. We've all learned how to analyze and carry out a work like this. And on Friday, we finally received the first occupation license, the final permit allowing us to get into phase 1A, the first of the 3 corresponding to the presidential stand and the South Goal. With an initial capacity of 25,991 seats, 81 positions for people with reduced mobility, a new tunnel for the players, new dressing rooms, as we saw in the video, improvement in comfort and safety with the access points, and this will be the safest stadium in the world. We changed the access systems, the ticketing systems. We have automatic irrigation system. I mean, a pitch that complies with all safety standards in excess of those required by regulations. This is what we have done so far. The management board decided that this partial return would not happen at this first 1A stage, but in the 1B stage, including the other stand, the main stand. We're in the last stages of obtaining the permits and authorizations. The first stage has been slower than expected because of the complexity. This first stage 1A had some 83,000 square meters. It was complicated following inspection visits. Many documents had to be submitted. We learned all together, City Council and us, on how to manage this. And in the next stage 1B, it should be faster, more agile, with more building complexity, with a capacity of 45,401 seats, with 129 seats for people with reduced mobility. And lastly, Phase 1C, including the North Goal, with a total capacity of 62,518 seats, 171 seats for people with reduced mobility, and new VIP rooms. In this last stage, as you were able to see in the sequence of construction, we expect to have it completed by the end of 2025. So we can say that at present the planning, or the will, is by the end of the year we can be back in the first and second tiers, and in the meanwhile we will continue to erect the third tier. We already see the groundworks, the foundations for it, so it's starting to take shape. And this is as far as the situation of the Espai Barça is concerned. I believe we can feel proud. It has been difficult work, but we are making history. We are building the legacy of future generations here. I came here to talk to you about the building, about construction, but the Espai Barça project is not just a building project per se. It is also a club project. It has its own social soul. And allow me here to make two comments. First, there have been many questions outside of this room, questions we have all been asked. What will happen with my season ticket, with my seat? The social soul behind the Espai Barça project has always allowed us to work with a clear goal to preserve and guarantee that all those season ticket holders that left the stadium in 2023 with their seat at the stadium could go back to that same seat, more or less. As you saw, the first tier has different routes because current regulations are not the same as in 1957, so there have been some physical changes, but in essence, all season ticket holders will go back to their seat with the same neighbors, with the same families, and we will go back to enjoy where we left it. This has been a clear goal, because going to the stadium without the soul of our fans was not something to be ignored, and something that we wanted to focus on since the very beginning was how to manage the animation stand. Well, we came across different approaches here. First, the fact that the regulations with the regional police established the visiting fans to be in the south and not in the north goal. So we had to put the animation stand in the opposite goal. This has been an important change. The next important change was that this animation stand might be bigger. Well, the answer is not. No, because we all know that the structure of season tickets is what it is. So we said we wanted to preserve and make sure that everybody would be able to go back to their seats. And as a result, we cannot make a bigger animation stand in the north goal. And we also wanted to make this space for our animation fans more comfortable with any requirements they may call for to make such a space more comfortable. I like to refer to, standing and waving the flags. As you saw in the video, they have a different tilting. It's kind of closed in a different way. And it would not damage the view or affect negatively the view of the fans behind them. We already informed about this. We said that we opened a process of participation to know how the members perceived and wanted this animation stand to be like. And we thought about this from the very beginning, how the new Spotify Camp Nou should be and how this new animation stand should be like. Now let me give you some snapshots of this participation process, 4 comments, and later on maybe outside of the assembly and meetings with members and with the utmost participation and transparency, we will develop. This participatory process we opened was formed by two types of meetings, or two types of relations: surveys and face-to-face meetings. In the survey model, there were 3,112 people registered, with a final participation of 2,029, 64%. There were 1,391 people registered for the in-person meetings, with a physical participation of 330 people, 23%. 16 work meetings were held between 34 and 44 people, with members of the animation stand, with safety experts, security experts, with different stakeholders of social animation, with different departments of the club, and all of this led to conclusions that I would like to mention now. Following the participatory process, we drew the following conclusions. There's clear support to fostering this fan area, a space for the collective participation of the whole stadium, innovative, creative, unique, genuine, spontaneous, authentic and inclusive stand. Acknowledge as such. We should foster the value of the Catalan colours, spirit and those of the club. No references or chants that could incite violence would be admissible. We will not admit homophobous, xenophobic, or other chants opposite to or counter to the values of the club. We will not allow access to people under the effects of alcohol or drugs. It should be a space that it would be an example and constant. We must foster the use of banners and tifos. The requests for belonging to the stand must be clear, public, and with the utmost transparency. It must be the club that creates, manages, and creates the stand with the constant interaction with the members of it. Access must be individual, without the obligation of belonging to any group or member club. We should prioritize the presence of youngsters and foster the presence of women. And there is a need to maintain reduced price. Following these conclusions, the board decided to establish the requirements in order to build this project.
Space for animation. So we will break this down in individual sessions, but when you have on a waiting list of at least 5 years, allow me to say something. There is a demand, a historic demand in this club that all of us are aware of or have even experienced, of those families that have had 1 or 2 season tickets at the Spotify Camp Nou, and they've had children, they've had grandchildren, and they're looking to buy another season ticket. So therefore, it means that the Spotify Camp Nou waiting list is very long, and there are young people that are either the children or the grandchildren of members of the club. So this area of animation, these animation stand, should go to those who have been waiting on a waiting list for a long time, and therefore I think that it is important that we are helping all of those people that have been on a waiting list for so long so they can finally have access to the stadium. The next requirement is to be up to date in payment in the club and have never had a disciplinary case against them. Now, obviously, they have to go follow all of the norms and go through the screening of the police. It's exactly what we had till now. It has request has to be individual and personal, and we have to attend 80% of the matches. This is done in coordination with the members of that stand. We currently have space for 1,240 people. This is a project, and it's a challenge of the club. It's a challenge for all of us. We believe that this space, full of young people, full of culés, of fans that want to come to the stadium and in the past weren't able to, well, we want it to be the source of the collective animation, of the cheering on of the team. And it should be the very heart that will help that will beat at every match. And it is a way to honor that stadium from 1957. We want to remember the time when people came all their life to the stadium, often standing to enjoy our players. And we believe that it will be wonderful for all of us to meet up once again at the stadium. Thank you very much, Elena, for your explanation. The questions that any of you may have on this point of this item of the order of the day, you can now request. And now going to the next point, we have to do the proposals of members of the club according to Article 20.11 of our bylaws. Now, just remind you that there was a proposal to include a point of order, but it did not receive sufficient support, which is Article 20.11. And it should have been presented 5 days before, the number of members that had signed. So we are now moving on to the sports report before going to questions and answers. So I would ask our colleague, Rafael Yuste, First Vice President of Football Club Barcelona, to talk to us about this. Dear President, colleagues from the management board, members of FC Barcelona, it is an honor to address all of you, to share with you our vision. It's been 4 demanding years, but also years that have filled us with great hope and excitement, a period of reconstruction and of courageous decisions that affect the core of our club. When we began this in 2021, we knew that we had to raise up FC Barcelona from the basic level, from the youth, and we believe that that could give us the strength to compete without betraying our values. And we can say that today that our first team is full of many of the players: Gavi, Balde, Lamine, Fermín, Cubarsí, Gerard Martín, Eric, Araujo, Casado, Bernal, Olmo, And I guarantee that based on the work that they are doing at the academy, we will have many more that will be coming to the first team. This is a future that's already part of the present. And we believe that Masia can lead us to the highest level of football glory. Thank you, Alex Sanko. But it's not, La Masia is not just a factory for making players, but it is rather a place of commitment, of humility, and of hard work, where our young players from La Masia can complement players that have come from abroad that have great experience and talent, but with a tremendous commitment to the crest of our club. That is what joins us, what brings us together. That has to lead us to the new challenges that we have before us. We are competitive again, and we want to be triumphant again. And this will only be possible with a solid, coherent and ambitious project. For that reason, we have consolidated our sports planning in a clear structure and one that is highly professional. Hansi Flick, at the head of our bench, with his methodology, his demand, and his international experience. And Deco, who is leading the sports area with vision, knowledge, and his way of understanding Barca from the inside. And Bojan, the natural link between the Masia and professional football. And next to him, the Sports Commission that works to guarantee that every decision made will be part of a shared strategy where the economic sustainability and the level of sports performance will go hand in hand. And you've seen that in recent years. For that reason, I wanted to thank John Soulet, who is responsible for our youth football, Enric Masip, because he always provides this courageous spirit, and Alejandro Chevarria, that person that can transmit, convey this, and to make sure that our sports facilities work. And of course, all of the medical team, the physiotherapists, the doctors, those that care for our players, both men and women. Allow me to show you specific data that can show you the transition, the transformation that is taking place. We heard it from Ferran Oliven, from the president. The wage bill was unsustainable. It presented 98% of our ordinary income, and with key and urgent players leaving, we were able to drop it to 2018 million in 2021-22, and we've been able to stabilize this item during the 24-25 season. It has been 534 million, which represents 54% of our ordinary income. Now, these figures clearly show that our project is not only looking for sports success, but it also seeks for that responsibility on a financial level. And as our president has said, the club is above each and every one of us. This human team shows the collective leadership where, together with the president and the management board and the executives of the club, can share the same idea, a brave Barca that's intense and faithful to its style. And today, after times of suffering and sacrifice, we can look forward with great hope. Why? Well, as we consolidate our sports project, we are returning home, as the Vice President said, Elena said, we're going home, we're returning home. We are going to our temple where we have had the most magical matches and magical moments of our history. And every time that the team goes out onto the pitch, it will have the support of millions of culés, of Barcelona fans around the world. And De Jong, as captain of the team, said, Rafa, we feel people close to us when they're in the stadium, but when they're not there, we don't. So they are very excited to return to this new stadium. Members, Barça is more than just a club, because it cannot work without all of the people and without its passion, without their passion. I ask you from the bottom of my heart to remain united and for us to keep the faith and the exigent, the demanding attitude that we have. We have a young team, we have a manager that's extremely well prepared, and we have a stadium that is going to beat as a heart with all of us in it. Thank you. This fills us with responsibility. Thank you all for your confidence, for your support, and for your unconditional love to the club. I'll give the floor now to Deco. All I can say is thank you. Visca Barça and Visca Catalunya.
Good evening to you all, dear members, dear delegate members, Mr. President, former presidents of FC Barcelona, members of the board, executives and club executives. I know that after Rafa, it's difficult to talk because Rafa is really demanding. I mean, thank you for your kind words, Rafa. I know how much trust the board has placed in me. It is an honor for me to be here once again for the third time, speaking about our sport, trying to explain to you and to the delegate members what is it that we do every day, all the work in the background, and how much we suffer in what we do. It's not by chance. I know that sometimes there's a lot of noise, a rumor, but in the end, this generates a lot of insecurity, but we stand firm in what we want and what we want to achieve. Rather than talking about the structure and rather than talking about what we do, what I would like to say is that every day we work really hard for Barça. We want something consistent for the present and future, which is what we're doing every day. All decisions are aimed at achieving our goals, at achieving the goal of the club competing at the highest level, and that's why we're planning for the future, so that we can continue competing. Last season was not something that happened by chance. It was not a success because we changed the manager or because we kept some players. This is the success of our day-to-day work. This season, we clearly knew what we wanted to do. Sometimes it is difficult when we talk about signings or bring this or that or sell this or this other player. The summer is long and people talk about transfers, loans and exits, but we stand firm with our original planning. There's really hard work at La Masia with Alex Sanko and many others, of course, but the academy football is in the good hands of Alex Sanko. We're happy with Bojan and with the Sports Commission. We're always talking to address what is most important for the club, but we really knew what we wanted for this season after a season of success. We clearly knew that rather than signing, we wanted to maintain what we already had, with a lot of players reaching the last year of contract, important players for the present and future, and it was up to us to guarantee the present and the future. So I think that this has been the sports strategy. Our idea has been to maintain the good things we have. We can always improve things, of course. We can always try to improve. And the work didn't start in the summer, in June or July. It started when we started analyzing what we have here at home. When we speak about La Masia, people believe La Masia is something that comes, you know. I mean, it does, but it entails hard work. We need to identify young talent, know what to do with them, how to make them grow, how to help them grow, because in a difficult world, the most important thing that can happen to a footballer is to play for the first team. That, like Tony did yesterday, that should be the most amazing experience for a football player. This leaves a print, and the debuts of players are not as they expect. It is for us because we know exactly what can happen if things go well. We pay close attention to that, so that the players don't just have that dream of playing for Barca, but of staying at the club and being important players for us. This is the key to what we are doing, to try to keep our feet on the ground, to know that we've done important things last year, but we want to continue doing important things as well. And we believe that this team has a lot to offer. And it is because of that we base our management on renovations, on maintaining what we believe is necessary for the future. So the organizational chart has not changed a lot. We had the inclusion of João Moral in the scouting department. Paulo Araujo decided to leave, so we hired João. In addition to that, focusing now on the exits, Ansu Fati was a player that we believed in last season for a series of reasons, not just sporting reasons. He suffered injuries, so that's why we chose to sending out on loan. Hector Fort is young. Young players in Barca might not enjoy as many opportunities as they would want to, but we wanted him to gain more experience because we believe on him. That's why he's on loan. Iñaki Peña as well. We had 4 goalkeepers and one had to leave. We wanted him to play. We believe in him like we do on Ander. That's why we assign players on loan. They are well thought after. And then the transfers of players. In the case of Lenglet, he had already been sent on loan. We end up transferring him. Vitor Roque was a player that arrived at a time in the club that was difficult. He didn't have many opportunities. He was on loan in Seville, then Palmeiras. Pau Victor, a young player that we signed. I don't remember the amount. I think it was 1 or 2 million. But last year he was a player we believed in. He had opportunities, but in the end he didn't enjoy as many. And the arrival of Rashford made it difficult for him to play, so that's why we opted to transfer him. Pablo Torre, the same. A player that we believed in. We still have the possibility of bringing him back, but because of the lack of minutes, we ended up deciding to transfer him. Jan Virgili, he's doing well in Mallorca. He's young, he's got a good future ahead of him, but he didn't want to continue in the dynamic of the B team, and that's why we transferred him to Mallorca with the option of bringing him back. So we are paying close attention to his evolution there. And the truth is, he's doing great things. Alex Valle is a player that we transferred to Como. He was on loan there. We already had left and full backs. Balde and Girard on the left were doing things fine. And we have Joffre, a young player with a lot of projection. So we thought Alex Valle would be good in the Serie A. He's a great player. But we knew that that position is well covered. Noah Darvic, he is a player who arrived here very young. A position at which we have quality players, many players of the very highest level. He didn't have a lot of opportunities, and we decided to transfer him to a German club. So things make sense, we believe. think we do things because of a reason. In the case of Sergio Dominguez, another young player, we keep a percentage to buy him back. He went to Dinamo Zagreb. We have a lot of full-back, centre-backs. He debuted last year with us. We believed in him, but this year he would have problems in playing, and the B team was too small for him, so we thought it was the time to transfer him. And then we have contract, end of contracts, Oriol Romeu and Íñigo. There are many rumors about the situation of Íñigo. Sometimes when we make decisions, people don't really understand why, but it's basically because the information doesn't get there. In the case of Íñigo, we did not consider him leaving. He was a very important player for us, and we renewed his contract for 1 more year. When we renewed his contract, we agreed, because in the case of Íñigo, because of his age and many other reasons, if he got a very interesting personal opportunity, we would respect that. And this was the case. An offer came for him. He told to the manager that he got an opportunity that would be good for him at the age of 35. It was a surprise for us, but here at Barça we need to go be more than a contract. Our word has meaning, and we told him that if this happened, we would respect his wishes and we would let him go. So this is more than having a contract, something more than having something on paper. We thought we would have to let him go, as the player had asked. He helped us a lot, and we respected him for that. So some decisions need to be made, and we are well aware of the decisions. And the important thing is to know that we are Barça, and we need to respect what we agreed either verbally or on paper. So this is the situation of the exits. Now, regarding renewals or renovations, we wanted to maintain, as I said, the idea of the team, right? Guaranteeing present and future. So we renewed Fermín. You all know he's a stellar player, young player, still 21, if I'm not mistaken. We renewed Pedri. He was approaching the last year of his contract. We renewed Gavi, who can stay in this club for many years, but he's 21. He's suffering with his injuries right now, but I'm certain he will be a point of reference for the future Barça for years to come. We renewed Ronald at a time when he could have left. We decided to renew his contract because he was entering into his last year as well. We were able to renew Pau Cubarsí. I don't need to say much about him. What a player. He can be a really important player in the history of this club. We are well aware that he's present and future of this club, and he will be here for many years to come. So we were compelled to renew his contract. The same goes for Gerard Martín. Gerard Martín is a young player from Cornellà. Last year he played for Barça Athletic 2 years ago. He's given us a lot, and he has established himself as a very important player. We were able to renew Lamine, and renewing Lamine nowadays is something we should all celebrate, not only because of the size of a player he is. He is a player that can be the reference in the world of football, for Barcelona and for world football. And that is why when I said that the signings are important, the renewals are as important. We know how important it is for us, for the club and what we want to achieve with him. So renewing Lamine has been key for the present and future. We also renewed Rafinha because we believe he is a player that demonstrates everything that Barca is all about, the spirit of this club, and because of what he represents for this team. Chesnik, because of how he helped us last year and what he is in the dressing room every day. That's why we decided to continue with him for one more year. Marc Bernal, when people say that we need to make decisions, this was a key decision, I believe. We renewed Bernal when he was injured. This is a clear sign that we know where we are headed, what we want for the present and future of this club. We don't renew him because he got injured. We renewed him because we know about his potential and what he can contribute to the club in the next years, knowing he would take up to a year in recovering. So this is what we do. He is an example of the way we manage the day-to-day in this club. We also renewed Koundé. He was getting into his last year of contract. We believe he is a key player for the next few years in the club, and Frenkie as well. So these are all the renewals, the renovations, and then we knew what we wanted. We knew what the team needed. It was clear to us that we needed a player like Rashford, who could play on the left, in the center, also on the right. We needed this kind of player, because last year we used Rafinha too much and Lamine as well. We depended on them, so we needed a profile like his. And we've been capable of securing a loan with a purchase option of a world-class player that is helping us a lot. Then we have Joan Garcia. We have great goalkeepers. We have an amazing world-class goalkeeper like Ter Stegen, who's injured. Since Marc's injury, we started to have a look at younger goalkeepers who could be present and future of the club. Marc's injury last year made us be more in a hurry than normal, because we had to think about this year, about our goal. Marc's injury last year raised an alarm. It set off an alarm, and we had to pay more attention to the market. And the truth is that we've been following Joan for the last 2 years, and it's been a good opportunity. I don't like to say or speak how to classify things like a market opportunity. I believe that Joan Garcia is a player that we could sign. His willingness to come and play with us was key, because coming from this city rival requires personality to make a decision like that. We waited until the very end of the season to approach him, because we knew there was a buyout clause, and we followed all procedures in the correct and serious manner it deserves. So we're happy to have him with us now. And then Rooney. Rooney is a white wing profile. He's left-footed. He's a quality player. So we also wanted to have a player like him on the team. We knew in La Masia we have similar players, but we believed Rooney was a step ahead of them, and that's why we opted to sign him. When we review and analyze possible signings, people might think that we were too conservative, but we are happy. This is what we needed, key players for us, for this year and for the project. So we're quite happy with what we have done. And then, along the lines of the academy football, we have many more young, talented players. There's a lot of talent in our academy. We need to look after them really well, because maybe, well, not all of them will benefit from opportunities, but little by little they will be able to play. We need to help these young players to be calm. We already have Diego, who's been with us for 2 years, behind the goal. Guille, he got injured. He was doing a great pre-season, and then he had an injury. Joffre, a left back of great talent and level. Pedro, Dro,
llamamos así, que es un joven que nosotros tenemos
a
mucha
young
esperanza en
player
él, con mucho talento, mucha
with
calidad,
great
que
hopes
ya ha
placed
debutado
on
este
him.
año, y Tony, que
He
ayer
already
debutó,
played this year.
que
And Tony,
creo que debe estar
who
pasando todavía
played yesterday for the
su
very first
momento
time,
de
and
entender lo
I'm
que
pretty
ha
sure
pasado.
he's
O sea,
still daydreaming about his
entonces
debut
nosotros es
yesterday.
esto,
So
las
this is the
altas de
team.
Cuba, es la dinámica
These
del
are
equipo,
the
son
new
estos jugadores
signings
que están
of
con
the
nosotros.
younger
Hay
players
más que
playing for
día
the
a día
first
que
team.
vienen a entrenar,
There
que
will be
nosotros
some
estamos
more
atentos
younger
siempre
players who will
a
be
dar esa
training with the
oportunidad,
first
pero es
team.
un poco
We'll
el
be
resumen
paying
de lo
close
que está
attention
pasando
to them,
este
but this is
principio
a
de
summary
temporada.
of what is going on at the beginning of the
Después,
season.
hemos decidido
We also
por una
decided
renovación más de
to
míster,
renew the
que
manager.
tenía solo un año de contrato.
He only
La
had
idea
1
era
year
darle
of contract.
un poco de
The
estabilidad al
idea
proyecto
is
que
to provide
estamos
stability
construyendo
to the
con
current
base a
project that
Hans.
we are building based
Entonces,
around
hemos visto
Hansi.
por la renovación de
So we
místers,
decided
también
to
de su
renew
staff,
his
de
contract and
Marcos, de
his staff,
Tapalovic, de
Marcos,
Heiko, de
Tapalovic,
Julio Tous,
Heiko,
Pepe
Julio
Conde,
Tous,
Rafael
Pepe Conde, and Rafael
Maldonado,
Maldonado. So
la
basically to
estructura de
maintain
lo
the
que
key
se está haciendo.
structure.
Aparte no pusimos toda la gente aquí de staff porque hay algunos, pero hemos
There's not the entire
mantenido la
staff
mayoría del
list,
staff, la
but
mayoría de la
we've
gente
kept most of
que
them.
está trabajando en el
Most of
día,
them
que está haciendo muy
working
bien.
on the team are doing a great job, and we
Después un
wanted
poco, yo
them.
creo que esto ya se ha hablado aquí, ya son
This is
números
something that
que
has already been mentioned.
ya se habló de la parte,
You already
la parte
discussed
económica bastante,
the
habéis explicado bastante,
financials.
yo creo
I'm
que,
sure you
pero
explained
siempre es
it
importante
well, but it's
reforzar.
important
Para mí
to
me quedo un poco con
reinforce
esto,
the same
que la
message.
edad media del equipo
The
que
average
tenemos
age
a día de hoy,
of our first
yo me
team
acuerdo en
is
2021,
25.
el
I
Barça
remember in
tenía la
2021,
mayoría de los
the average
jugadores
age,
importantes,
or
no
the
en el
most,
equipo, hay un estudio
the
que
average
hicimos
age
que estaban por encima de
was above
31 y
31
por debajo de 20.
and below 20.
Y esto es imposible competir a más
It's
nivel.
impossible to compete at the highest level
Nosotros
like
sabemos
that.
perfectamente que
And
para
we
acercarse a
knew
la
that in order
competitividad
to be
de
competitive,
alto nivel necesitamos
we needed
tener jugadores en un nivel de madurez importante.
players
Nosotros
with
tenemos muchos jóvenes, pero
the
tenemos
right
jugadores
level of
importantes
maturity,
como Rafinha, Koundé,
young players, but also people like Koundé, like Rafinha,
Frank de Jong,
with, like Frankie or Araujo.
Importante. Tenemos a Ferran,
with Ferran
tenemos
as
un
well.
equipo que se ha encontrado
A
el
team
equilibrio
where we found
a
the
nivel
right
de
balance
edades, que es
in
lo
terms of
importante para
age.
poder
That's
competir a
important to
máximo
be able
nivel.
to compete at the
Pues
highest
esto es
level.
clave para lo que estamos haciendo.
So this is key
Es algo
for
que
what
estamos
we are
atentos,
doing.
por eso
We
siempre se
are
está
we do
trabajando para
pay
intentar
close
acercar a
attention
lo
to
que
that,
es lo más
and we're
importante
working
para
hard
poder
to
competir.
strike the right balance
Después,
to be able to
hemos
compete.
conseguido subir,
Then we were able to raise the market value according to transfer market to 1.1 billion compared to the previous season, an increase of 350 million, and with respect to the previous season, 150 million more. This means that we are competing at the highest level. We have players that we don't want to sell, and they have been valued at this number at a market level. It demonstrates that we are competing against the big players.
Después un poco lo que es el objetivo de la
Now,
gestión deportiva,
about our sports management goals,
que es un poco el control de las inversiones. Nosotros siempre
control of investments.
buscamos ir a mercado cuando podemos.
We try to go to the market whenever we need to,
Claramente sabiendo aquello
but
que
knowing
nosotros buscamos,
what we are seeking,
deseamos.
what we need and
Nosotros
want.
tenemos la idea de coste salarial, que
We
siempre
have
estamos trabajando junto
an
con
idea
la
of
parte
the
económica
salary
del club.
costs. We always work in
Intentamos
close cooperation
siempre,
with the
es un
economic
desafío,
department.
intentamos siempre
It's a challenge, of
adecuarnos
course.
lo
We
que nos
try to
piden
adapt to
los
what
financieros para
the
tener
financial
claro
guys
dónde
ask,
queremos llegar,
to know where
y
we
dónde
want to get
tenemos
to
que ir.
and where we want to go.
Nosotros la Biblia de club, la adecuación a financial fair play.
So we want to comply with
Después,
financial
a nivel
fair
de
play,
de la
and in
política
terms
salarial,
of
es esto,
wage
es esto que
policy,
estamos haciendo,
policy,
equilibrio,
it's based on
adecuación a valor de
meritocracy,
mercado.
balance, and
Nuestros
suitability
jugadores
according to
no están
market
por debajo,
value.
por
Our
supuesto que somos
markets,
el Barça y
our
somos para mí el
players
mejor club del mundo,
belong to
pero
Barca, the
los jugadores no
best
van a jugar
play,
aquí
the
a
best club in the
gratis, o sea,
world, but the
tienen que
players not
cobrar,
here to play for
tienen que
free.
estar
They need to
adecuado
earn
al
a
mercado.
salary, and it needs to
Respetaremos esto, pero
be
sé que
adapted
jugar en Barça tiene
to
un
the
buen
market
rendimiento,
value.
pero todos ellos
Playing
tienen que
here for
cobrar
Barca is an add value,
sus
but
sueldos
they
por
should
su
all
trabajo, pero siempre
earn
con
their
ese
salary
equilibrio que
based on the
queremos tener.
meritocracy and balance we want.
Nosotros estamos
And
intentando adecuarnos la
we are
política de
trying to
bonos, o sea,
adapt
el
to the
Barça
bonus
vive de ganar,
policy.
vive de competir a máximo
We
nivel.
need to
Y
win,
los
we need to
jugadores
compete at the highest
tienen
level,
que estar esto, o sea,
and the
los rendimientos
players
personales tienen que
must
estar por
base
títulos, por
their
ganar, por competir a máximo nivel,
bonuses
por llegar
on
a
that.
finales de Champions.
They want, they
Yo creo que
will,
este club
I mean, their bonus will
es
depend
un
on
club
reaching
maravilloso para
leagues
jugar,
and
pero más
winning
que
titles. It's
jugar
an
es
amazing
ganar, o
club
sea, ganar aquí
where
no
to
hay
play.
algo
But winning here, I mean, there's nothing in life that can be better than winning. So we try to help them. Whenever they win, they will win money and titles, which is what we all want. And then the sports goals. As discussed, we are competing at the highest level. We want to win all titles, we want to maintain our style, in all competitions. There's no argument about the Masia. And we're always controlling the market in search of young talent. It's difficult for young players to come to Barça because the level is really high. But there will always be players around the world that we can pay close attention to, and the big players need to be here. This is a summary of the sports situation. This is what we are trying to do. This is what we're still doing with hard work, with a lot of dedication, and with a lot of effort. This is what we will continue to do for this club.
Gracias, Deco.
Thank you very much, Deco. And now let us move on to the 10th point of order, which is the session of open intervention, where you can ask any questions or make any comments that you desire. Or you can begin to ask for your opportunity, those of you that are following via video conference. And we will answer the question that came to us from the web form on our website. The first question, the first and only question, is from 606, John Pascual Excuse, that says, this is a short answer, and that has led to the disdain of many. How is it that playing the sponsorship with Congo, one of the most corrupt countries in the world, does that go against our values? Thank you very much for your comment, and I respect the fact that you feel indignant because of this. But as we have said in this assembly, the agreements that we reach always look at compliance, previous compliance. We carried out an in-depth study of what this contract represented, and a contract which you will understand from the economic point of view is a very good contract, and it's based on the promotion of the culture of FC Barcelona and the development of football in the Congo. This contract, we try to create bonds that will connect the followers of FC Barcelona all over the world. And that includes Africa. FC Barcelona and Africa have had a relationship for over 15 years with different projects in different countries. Furthermore, I must say that the Football Club Barcelona Foundation, together with UNICEF and with the International Olympic Committee, we have had programs in Congo in the past. It's true that these projects stopped once the war between Rwanda and Congo began. But if that confrontation isn't over, but this is where the proposal came from. It's a proposal that we are interested in from an economic point of view. We understand that it does not go against the values of FC Barcelona, and we are creating a contract that has RD Congo on our training kit, And it is an exchange of football cultures between the Congo and Barcelona. And if you put CD Congo on the training kit, well, it could lead someone to want to visit that country. Anything that we can do to help a country to readdress a situation or to help the citizens of a country, we understand that that's a good thing. It can be positive. From the club and from the foundation, we believe that the values of football, the values of sport are an engine for change and bring connection to other cultures, and it's a transformative aspect of our society. We, as a management board, accepted this contract because we understood that even if there might be certain doubts, such as the one that you have entertained here, a country, for example, that has gone against some values that we defend, I must also say that the Congo is one of the most important countries in Africa. It's one of the countries that has the most natural resources in that continent. And at this moment, if we can help them in this way, and through this sponsorship, and they provide us with payment, and the foundation, as we spoke with the general director, if we can find a way to resuscitate all of the work that had been done in the past and try to implement these, to implant these values there and give the young people an additional opportunity and be an inspirational force among these young people, we thought that we needed to sign this contract. So, Mr. Pascual, I know he's left the room, but I hope that he is satisfied with this response.
President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, in Article 29.6 of the bylaws, I would ask for 3 people to come here with their national identity card to approve the minutes of the meeting that are being now written up by Mr. Conesa. If 3 people can come here and accompany us.
Moltes gràcies als 3 socis que han volgut signar l'acte de l'Assemblea i més endavant.
Thank you very much to the 3 members that will be signing the minutes. And once it is finalized, we will share it with you.
Comencem, doncs.
Let us begin then with the intervention on video through digital. We will answer them in blocks of 5. Let's begin with the 5 first ones. We now begin the online platform questions. The first one comes from Eduardo Capepezina, number 26,348. Please go ahead. Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Laporta and all of the Barcelona fans around the world. First of all, I would like to congratulate us for the wonderful season that we had last year for the men's team, the women's team, and our other sports. Unfortunately, when we moved to Montjuic, we saw the matches in poorer circumstances, and we don't understand why we don't have the possibility. Sometimes there were, it was up to 30-minute wait to get into the stadium. This was confirmed by members of security staff. The management of tickets or season tickets has been chaotic and improvised. With a covert increase of prices, we have suffered as season ticket holders because less than half of the seating available in our stadium was offered here. The generation of income harming the rights of the season ticket holders and members is not what we're looking for. the club should never go against the members. And not having an animation stand to support the team seems to have been a wrong decision as well. If you find it a problem when people say Barça yes, Laporta no, well, that is very indicative. I don't think that playing matches in Miami, whether it's a visitor or even less as the home team, well, is something that the members are not happy with. Well, yes, there is an income there, but we would prefer not having to do this, losing the essence and the rights of the members. And concerning what you just spoke about, the Democratic Republic of Congo, there were criticisms of other areas, and now we accept this money that is stained in blood. We are not like this. There are other ways of doing things. But please imagine, in the name of Messi, well, the next time we hear talk of this, imagine if it's the most important player in the history of this club, because in the last episode, when people cried, and many of the members of the club were embarrassed by how he was treated. You committed publicly, right here where you are now, that the assemblies would be hybrid, and once again you have not complied with your word. Without giving up doing them digitally, they should also be in person. And there are many delegate members that have asked for this. It's much more transparent and democratic. And you say that your criteria is greater than our will and our desire. Why have you not accepted to do things this way? It's been a year now. Mr. Salamarti was here talking for 8 minutes, and in that episode was a lack of respect to all of the delegate members, and 1 year later you have not given any explanation to that privileged treatment. Can you explain to us, before you acted secretly, keeping him in the facilities, the club facilities, and Mr. Gaspar has intervened without asking any question, but ardently defending all of your proposals. And once again, it shows discrimination in the participation, that those of us that attend digitally, well, we are limited, and thus it's something that you like. In the previous assembly, it appeared to be very transparent, but there was a great deal of controversy with the numbers, and Mr. Ole said that that company would be the goose with the golden eggs, and we were told that a suspicious company of a friend of his ended up with the rights, communication rights, with being a company that's brand new and with no experience. Why didn't they give it directly to Mass Orange? Why does Barcelona have to do, such as the case of Nike, through doubtful intermediaries? And what can you tell us about the work being done on the Camp Nou and how those contracts were awarded? We already heard that despite Barça did not meet the requirements, and there were certain dates that were established for completion that no one has complained about. Can we ask for an indemnity from this company? Well, these are several questions. This is a way of making the interaction be dark and controlled. And I hope that the future delegate members will have the opportunity of attending and to talk face-to-face with the possibility of answering and to defend then their rights as owners of the club. Visca Barça, visca Catalunya.
És el torn ara del senyor Josep Ramon Casas.
Mr. Josep Ramon Casas.
61.502. Endavant, sisplau.
5102. Hello, good afternoon, Visca Barça. I am speaking to you as a member of Barça, delegate member as well, and president of Supporters Association in Madrid, and the president of an entity in the Federation of Madrid. I wish that everything were clear, and I would like to explain to you the situation that we experience as supporters clubs. Those that are in Catalonia, their situation is different. They can be season ticket holders and go to the stadium. But for us that are outside of Catalonia, we are ambassadors of the Barcelona spirit. And we would like to, well, explain this to the other members. These members of the supporters club can be members of the club or not. But we have the possibility, well, we have a great amount of possible culés, or possible supporters, that can be from anywhere in the world, but that are very much Barcelona supporters. And I understand that they are, well, they are considered less than the others, and what was given to the supporters clubs, we're talking about a 15% and 85% for members, and this could mean that a boy or girl that is a member, but not in Catalonia, and giving them the possibility of seeing their team, well, that's important whether they're members or not. And then we have to talk about the fact that the members or the non-members of supporters clubs that want to see the players can do so. The world has changed a great deal, but what is true is that for some years now, when the players were at the hotel, the basketball players, the football players, you could go and meet them and be with them. Now that's totally impossible. It's become a bunker. And we would like to see some possibility for signatures, autograph signatures, photographs of the team. All of this is good here in Madrid. There are many followers of the women's team as well as the men's team, basketball team, the futsal team. I mean, all of them that come here, there are many people, many followers that want to go and meet the players and see them. And this is something that I think that we should promote. Also, taking advantage that there is the possibility, and well, that soon we'll go back to the Camp Nou. There are things that are still pending for the supporters clubs. The famous commemoration plaques that we used to have on the old stadium, the facade. If it's true that they have been saved, I think that we should consider putting them back up, because it's nice for the supporters club members to be able to see these plaques, and also the creation of a space for club supporter club members. Before COVID, before the construction work, sometimes you were allowed to do so with some of the members of the supporters club. And if there were space that was specifically for supporters clubs, I think that would be very good. And another thing that I would like to say is the distribution of tickets per match. I think that we have to somehow establish a limit or a condition so that when the supporters club asks for tickets, the geographic proximity would be something crucial. For example, I can't understand that a supporters club, with all my respect, from La Coruña or Almería, have priority over us in a match in Madrid. Well, we have priority in a match in Bilbao or in Sevilla, when the supporters clubs in Bilbao or in the Basque Country or in Andalusia don't have that advantage. is. For example, 196 supporters clubs have asked for tickets for the Madrid match coming up, and there were only 60 tickets to give out, and a draw was carried out. So this means that we cannot promote the spirit, the Barcelona spirit among the supporters clubs. And I think these things are basic, and I do them. Perhaps I'm the only representative. I don't know if there's anyone else there, but no one else has spoken of the supporters club movement. And I think we should also clarify and have the club explain to us this meeting, world meeting of supporters clubs. I think it's somewhat absurd because it's included in Article 16 of the bylaws that says the confederation or the club self-recognize them, and therefore the bylaws have not been changed. I would like for all of this to go forward, that we could talk about this, and I don't know if you can explain to me if there's any contact so that this topic can be dealt with, but I think there should be some kind of a go-between, an interlocutor between the supporters clubs. And we have a great possibility in these supporters clubs for Barcelona to grow as an institution. Thank you very much, Visca Barcelona. Now it's José María González Ibáñez, number 68,733. Hello, good afternoon, Mr. Laporta, and to all of the Barcelona followers and fans that are here. We've been here for over 6 hours, except for the small break that we have for lunch. Now, I don't know if you remember me. I am the member from Canary Islands. I spoke at the last General Assembly, and as the first delegate member says, well, that we didn't have the opportunity to answer your response. And at the last one, I were told that at that last meeting and in the press, they accused them of having, mocked me. And it's similar to the letter of Paul to the Corinthians. Now, we're talking about respect. You asked for respect back then, and you spoke highly of the respect of all of the fans and members of Barcelona outside of Catalonia towards the Catalan roots. And you said that we are more than a club. Okay, you can look about what was said about being more than a club, Catalonia and Spain, and you would be surprised, but when I went to the website of the club, they talk about being more than a club, and they talk about 9 reasons why we are more than a club. And of the 9, only one of these spoke of the Catalan culture and said that it's open to the world. I celebrate that because, among other things, even if I didn't say it the last time, my wife is Catalan, so I've been a Barca follower all of my year, and I have lots of links, even family links, to Catalonia. Now, all of this, why? Well, from my last intervention, several things have happened that I am not happy with, and we are defined not only by what we do, but also by what we don't do. And I have some things to comment in both of these areas. Now, some recent things. On the 12th of October, the Day of Spain, the Hispanic Day, 364 days, only one day. I think that all of those that are followers, that are not independent followers in Catalonia, it's a lack of respect for not having said anything on the Hispanic Day, and I think that is something that was done wrong by Barcelona. The second thing was by omission, and I saw how in the final of 2024, not this one, but the one before that, where the King's Cup was between Mallorca and Bilbao put out a news release telling the fans of Bilbao to not, be disrespectful. And, we know the idiosyncrasies of the society of the Basque Country. But nonetheless, they requested that institutional respect as you asked it from me, and the respect for the non-Catalan members, for the Catalan nature of Barcelona. Well, we have defined ourselves, but a part of our fans, because I remember that not even 50% of Catalan socialists are believe in independence. Many of them have booed the national hymn of Spain and the national anthem of Spain and the head of state. Have you asked forgiveness on behalf of some of our members? You didn't do it. What measures is Barca going to take so that we don't find that kind of lack of respect, such as you told me, that shouldn't be done towards the situation in which we find ourselves, and those followers of FC Barcelona that don't have that independent intention. Those of us, those people that boo and don't represent the rest of us, perhaps they shouldn't be given tickets. So I agree with the previous speaker that said that we are lacking the possibility of responding to your responses, and that's my question. And let me insist. Why do we insist on doing politics? Well, because that's what you're doing, politics. Because of your actions or your omissions. I would love to have a Barça without politics. I have been a follower of Barcelona all my life, and I regret that we are a wonderful sports institution and we are being used for politics. Thank you very much.
Perdona, pregaria a l'organització.
I would ask the organization, we've been asking people to, we are requesting that they ask questions. It can be one or two, there's flexibility, but currently the three of these have been speeches, so I think we need, for respect of all of those members, delegate members here, and so that more people can speak. So let's please try to be brief and to the point. Now it's Mr. Fermí García Sánchez, number 41,413. You have the floor. Hello, good afternoon to everyone. I wanted to say hello to all of the delegate members that are there in person and those that are connected via video, as am I. I wanted to talk about the situation of the new stadium that the Elena Fort, the first vice president, was talking about. It's not too clear to me when she says that it's the first phase is almost complete and there are about 22,000 seats, and a few months from now, 2 or 3 months, then we'll finish the 1B. Now it turns out that if we think of the members, I did it just on the 16th, the possibility of my season ticket, and I saw that 17,600 had already asked for them. So there's only 5 seats available to reach that number, and all of us want to go to the Spotify Camp Nou and be there. How are we going to do this? Because most likely there will be a draw, and I think that all of us have the right. If I come out winner in the draw, well, there are other members that will be left out, and I've been paying my my season ticket and my membership for 28 years. I'm from outside of Barcelona, so I can't go, but it turns out that at Spotify Camp Nou, until 2 years from now, when everything is finished, completed, and we expect 105 seats, well, until then, we won't all be able to go. And those that are, we have to, am I going to be one of the fortunate ones? So I think that this isn't very fair. There are lots. I'm happy because I was picked in the draw, but others aren't. So this is something that's not clear. Ms. Elena Font, I think it's important for her to explain this. Who will be able to go to the new Spotify Camp Nou? Well, for all of the second tier and the third tier to be completing, it's going to be 1.5 or 2 years more. So I'd like to know if someone can respond to this question. Thank you very much, and greetings to everyone, Visca Barça and Visca Catalunya. And to finish this first block of 5 questions, we have Mr. José Antonio Jovenmira, number 83,339, to ask his question. Go ahead, please. Good evening to everyone. Do you truly well, when you open the Camp Nou to the fans with all of the guarantees, and secondly, do you think there's a white hand behind certain actions such as yesterday? The supporters clubs are the heart, Visca Barcelona. Thank you very much. Let us now respond to these questions.
Començarem pel senyor Eduard Carpeta.
We'll begin with member 26. Well, the President will respond to that question. Yes, thank you, Mr. Eduard Carpeta, for your intervention. And if I'm not mistaken, it lasted 11 minutes. And basically, you were criticizing the intervention of Xavier Sala Martín last year. And he asked to intervene, and we allowed him to. And you have been, I've been told it was 11 minutes that you were speaking, and obviously we have not stopped you or cut you short. You were able to say, you read the entire letter that you had, and we listened as we needed to, and we respect your opinion. Therefore, just as I didn't give any answers to Mr. Javier Martín that gave very interesting responses to the accounts that were approved last year. Well, I don't think I have to give any explanation now to the delegate members that participate. 11 minutes, 10 minutes more than what was given to Mr. Sala Martín, 3 minutes. And it's what you're saying is not true. We have always acted with total transparency in any way that we can. And I believe both in the accounts as well as in the process of Spotify Camp Nou, we have been extremely transparent. And Mr. Carpet, the fact that you defend the assemblies that are in person, I can respect that, but before we had our digital assemblies, what we asked for there to be, people were asking for there to be digital assemblies. People were criticizing the in-person assemblies, and now I mean, I'm glad that you're asking. That's fine that you asked for that. I'm glad that you asked for that, but we never said that that's something that we would do. I'm not against the in-person assemblies. I feel comfortable there because I like to debate. I like to be close to our members and fans. I've been a member for over 50 years. I have the gold insignia, and well, I have the honor of presiding over our management board, and I am happy to debate anything for Barça. And therefore, it does not bother me at all to have in-person assemblies. But the assemblies for approving accounts, in this case, they have been more, there's been greater participation when we do them online than in person, and it's more affordable. For example, this costs about 200,000 when it's online, and in person has a cost of over 1 million euros, so the difference is considerable. And in our current situation, that's something that we take into account. Now, I'm not saying that we won't ever do any in-person assemblies. There's an assembly that is pending, and I've spoken to the different colleagues on the team, which is the assembly to reform the bylaws. And I believe that that is an assembly that should be in person. I've said it on many occasions, or even hybrid, as you mentioned. Imagine the cost of the two together, but that doesn't matter. It's a very important assembly where there needs to be a reform of the bylaws, which is the law that regulates our functioning internally and the democratic actions of the club. And it would, I believe, be worthwhile to do that in a hybrid fashion. And we are open to do that when it can happen. It's also true that this reform of our bylaws, which is already underway and that Vice President Ford is leading, well, once we are able to do so, we will. Now, you know that you have referred to well, the departure of Messi. Now, we would be happy to pay a tribute to Messi, and Messi's people know that, he knows that. We would be happy to do some kind of a tribute to the best player in the history of football, and that has been a reference for this club. You yourself have answered your reflections, saying that it should be the player that speaks up. Well, I respect your opinion, but I can only give you the opinion of Barça in this. We are open. We had always talked, Mr. Carpeta, we had always talked about doing this when we went back to the new Spotify Camp Nou. It makes sense. And this will probably be at the end of 2026. So it would be an ideal moment to inaugurate the stadium and in its, well, that we could have this tribute. We're open to that. We have no problem in doing it. On the contrary, we would be excited to do it. And yes, music to my words is not a bad option. All right, more things that you mentioned. Well, I know that it's an expression, and it is related to the title of a film. The explanations that I gave about Congo, well, are not acceptable to you, or you're not satisfied with that response, or you don't agree, and I respect that. You call this money that is stained in blood, similar to Blood Diamond film, but this type of demagogy, if you want, we can go that route, but you had a very critical intervention, and I respect it completely. But there are many people who speak. There are many people who give their opinion. I respect that, but we work. We have the responsibility for Barça, having economic results, the ordinary results are positive, that's our goal. And these contracts that we have undertaken and underwritten with Congo, for example, help us to meet that budget that we presented here in this assembly. You talked about President Gaspard. Well, President Gaspard and I have a relationship that's been going for many, many years. It's a relationship that has gone through every possible stage. We have had ferocious confrontations, each one of us with our own motives. But I have also respected Joan Gaspard because of his heart for FC Barcelona. And he's a man that has values and a great feeling for this club, and I like that. And over time, when one has been president and another has been president as well, you know what that means to be a president, you know the complications that come with that position, most of all at the personal family level. I think this has brought us closer together, that's true, but Mr. Gaspard has a very strong character. I believe that I do as well, and obviously I would be very careful of telling Mr. Gaspard what he has to say, because he's his own person. He has his ideas, his parameters, some of them we share, others we don't, but this ease at which you criticize people such as Mr. Gaspard, and remember that Mr. Martin has been president of the Economic Commission, and also he was on the management board of my first time as president, my first mandate, my first tenure. Now, I remember that month that he was president of the managing entity, and that's the president that proportionally has been the best president in the history, because he won in 1 month a title, and if we extrapolate, it means he would win a title every month, when the others, such as myself, win them once every 12 months. But Joan Gaspard is a person that has an opinion. He's part of the Barcelonism, and sorry, not Mr. Gaspard. Xavi Salamartin is a professor at Columbia University. He's a person that's very well prepared, and he, well, intervened, and I'm surprised that you are criticizing him when you read a letter, and I respect the criticism that you made, but I respect most of all the constructive part. But when you get to demagogy and introducing words such as manipulation, and you talked also of maneuvers, dark maneuvers, etc. Well, that's something that obviously I don't share. And apart from that, Elena Fort will answer you about the animation section of the club. I have to say that at Montjuic, that we thought would be very complicated, that we'd get lots of complaints. Well, in general, things have gone very well. Things have gone extremely well. That's the impression that we have from the majority of our fans. And it can improve, of course, but as far as the animation section, the animation stand, I am the first person that likes for there to be animation, for there to be cheering and spontaneous support. And we see that in some of the stadiums that we go to, and often it's been players that have needed to get the players going, and this animation has been growing. We didn't score the goal of victory, and people started getting more excited and supported us, and I think that took us to the victory. last night, especially in Montjuic, a stadium that was not built for football. It's an Olympic stadium for athletics, for track and field, and it's harder to get that animation. In the animation groups that we had at Montjuic, we respected them until the very end. The only limit was for them for no racist chants, and for them not to go against the inherent values of our club, and that would also represent a fine for the club. We waited not one, not two, not even just 3 nor 4 matches, because the agreement that we had, that they would pay for these fines if we were sanctioned. And there are people here in the room that have intervened to try to solve this problem. After the 5th match, where they told us that the fine had to be paid because we had an accumulation of fine, that the club didn't have the responsibility of paying, we felt, and we talked to all of the animation groups, and we told them that they had to pay for these fines. And I think that everyone understands that. I'm not talking about stories. I'm telling you the truth, a real situation. And they decided not to pay after all. So we then did what we had to do until we told them, until you do not pay, you will not come into the stadium. They had the opportunity of coming if they paid, and at the end of the season, until the end of the season, they had the right to come in if they paid the fines. And so this led to a tense situation. And Mr. Carpeta, let me tell you something. I have thick skin because throughout my life as a president of Barcelona, not only now, but also in the first stage, we didn't want to allow for violent actions at the stadium, and together with the city and the regional police, we prohibited these people from getting into the stadium because they were violent groups, and it was decided that they could not enter. And this had a very high personal and family cost. And those that go against me, well, obviously nobody wants anyone going against you, but as I said, my skin is very thick by now, and there are things, you understand what I mean when I say it's not what you do, but what you're able to do. And it's not a fact that they were chanting against me. That's not the problem. Don't make that mistake. The problem is that they did not comply with an agreement that we had with the club. And if they didn't do that, then we had to act as a result. Now, all of this did lead to a very deep reflection on my part, and this participative process that Elena Fort explained, well, this led us to establish certain requirements for this 1957 goal, this section that we hope will be the animation sector or area of the Spotify Camp Nou Stadium. And for that I'm going to give now the floor to Vice President Elena Fort so that she can speak more specifically about all of these aspects of that area and the tickets for Montjuic, which you say is a chaotic situation. By the way, thank you for your congratulations for the sporting successes that we had last season.
Now, Montjuic has not been chaotic. Montjuic was a stadium that we did not know, a complex stadium. It's not a stadium for playing football, and the club made a big effort in ensuring access to the greatest possible number of fans and members. But we were in a difficult situation. The best seats in Montjuic have gone to those members who had for a season ticket. It's obvious. We had a stadium with less seats, and 17,000 season ticket holders decided to come. We increased that number to 23,000, and we could have increased that with more season ticket holders decided not to come to Montjuic. So the rest has been with general sales, ticket sales. to members, not just partners, not just members. I mean, between the season ticket and the tickets bought by members, we're talking about 70 to 75% of occupancy. So this idea that only foreigners or tourists went to Montjuic is not true. If one sits next to you, you might think that, but it's not true. Data is objective. In Montjuic, we basically had a problem in the second tier stand because the configuration of the stadium meant that two areas, 215 and 223, would be behind the goal. And we assigned a side when it was a corner. We corrected that when we received many complaints. And they were never assigned to members. It is true that there was an issue, probably not the most comfortable one. There was rotation of the non-fixed seat. We've explained this many times. When you have a fixed seat, maybe a member asking for 6, we could group together the requests of the member, some day 2, some day 3. It couldn't, I mean, it's a puzzle. All areas of the club did this puzzle. So one day you had a good seat, maybe a better one the next time, or a worse one. Some people say they feel that they were far from the center of the field, but the other day in another meeting, a member said to me that he had never had any problem and his experience had been great. So these are problems that we have had, which are part, and this part is the generosity of the partners when taking on the role of the Spotify Camp Nou. So we try to do the things the best way possible. As the President said, the feeling and the assessment has been positive. There is no free seat, of course. We put that on hold. There will be no Sallent Lliure, and you won't be able to assign your seat. We wanted a commitment to be able to accompany the team. Queues of more than 30 minutes to access the stadium, regrettably, is not an issue that we are responsible for. This is the configuration of the Olympic Stadium. In the last day, we saw one gate with everybody leaving through that gate. That's not something that we couldn't be responsible for. In one of the sessions with members to explain the transfer to Montjuic. If you want, have it with me. Get in touch with me and I'll send you the map of all gates and seats. Let me finally say that the Champions Games, UEFA has requirements, and for the best seats available, and we need to make certain movements. But except on specific occasions, in general, the members have been seated in the best seats at the stadium. Our occupancy, I mean, we have some 83,000 season ticket holders. Outside the stadium, that was different. So we had to put 60% of members in 40% seats. This sale has been assigned to members of Barca. You mentioned, or you referred to that last action that we did about the different areas and seating plans. We knew we wanted to come back in the next stage with 45,000 seats, which is more or less the same seats as in Montjuic. We wanted to avoid people having to buy tickets all the time, and we made a fair decision, a decision we've always explained, that those members, the 17,000 and then 23,000 season ticket holders that went to Montjuic to accompany the team would have preference. So, for the season tickets this year, they had priority, and these season ticket holders chose grandstand and side stand, and they have sold out. So, when opening up to all, we only had the corners and the goals. We've always maintained in all processes the utmost transparency. We tried to be fair because we don't have full occupancy, and we had to prioritize. And that's it. Do you want me to continue? Was there something else?
Un comentari més que ja li
there's one more comment I can reply to.
L'IMAC, sí, contesta tu. Jo li introduiré que he vist que havia dit que
havíem firmat
els PCLs, els seients VIP,
the PCLs, the VIPs.
Abastament en què consisteixen el
treasurer, el
senyor Ferran amb les seves intervencions, que, doncs, com bé sap, és un nou producte d'hospitality que hem posat imaginació, ho ha dit el Ferran Oliver, perquè és un producte que es promou en els estadis, sobretot americans.
Promoted especially in American stadiums. We learned that from there when we paid a visit to some of the most important stadiums in the US. This is a very interesting product. It generates incredible results, and it's done under the formula of VIP seats with income of 170 million euros so far. You said the seat belonged to a friend of his. Well, you don't need to say that. I don't have any friend in that company. And we did so because it was in the best interest of Barça. This company of the 70 million, if I'm not mistaken, they paid 28 so far. And we're happy that this product is being welcomed, with more investors interested in purchasing this product. And there were two comments about the Espai Barça. First, about the award of the works for the Spotify Camp Nou and some news on the press. Let me say that we should say enough. I want to make it clear there has been no manipulation, no problems in the awarding of the works. And I would like to ask everyone to stop with this unnecessary rumor that are baseless. Joan Centelles went on set and explained it. But I can explain it again. The process for awarding the works was a monitored process, monitored internally by the club, by the compliance areas, and by Field Fishers, a compliance company, who also externally assessed, and then JLL and Goldman Sachs, who did the validation of this. Can anybody believe that a company like Goldman Sachs, working with investment funds, would leave 1.5 billion to a company like Barça without being able to validate or manipulating things or doing strange things? Enough. And apologies for saying this again, but we feel, let's say, tired with these comments. It's been an extremely transparent process, extraordinarily monitored, with all assurances for all, so I kindly ask people to stop these rumors. Next, the famous compensations. We've explained this time and time again. Maybe we have to say so again. Any contract, from the smallest one to the biggest one, establishes compliance guarantee stipulations for both parties. This is no different. Limac has guarantee clauses in the event of non-compliance, and Barça has them too. This analysis of compliance or lack thereof can only be made at the end of the contract. The contract has not been completed yet because work is still underway. We have explained that the delay in the works has been due to many different factors, including the fact that the actions in the first and second tier of a 1957 stadium, which had been more or less analyzed, had been increased tenfold, leading to many months of many works that had not been contemplated and many more things, such as timetables, hirings, lack of material because of a subcontractor, and many more things. So at the end of the contract, the parties will discuss and see what AIDA delays were due to, whether there was some sort of non-compliance, and only then will the contract be settled. It's not mechanical, one delay, €1 million. No, it doesn't work like that. And I think that I answered all the questions for me. Let's move on to the response to Mr. Josep Ramon Casas Martí, member number 71502. This will be answered by Josep Ignasi Macià.
Josep Ignasi Macià. Sí, sí.
Good evening, dear delegate members. Mr. Casas, I have the honor of knowing you personally. I would like to thank you. We would like to thank you for the work that all of the fan clubs do, especially those abroad, or those that are not in Catalonia. You haven't got an easy task. We stand by you, and will always be by you, as you know, in meetings we've held in Madrid, in your area. I will try to answer all of your questions, some of which were already discussed with you and the clubs in your area in a meeting held 2 years ago, I believe. But I'll explain things once again. You spoke about the players signing before the games. Yes, this is something we've discussed with Rafa Yuste and with the sports management. It would be interesting to do that again. But the problem is the times and the games. We've done this when playing away from home in Las Palmas. We did this in Salamanca. We did it in Barbastro, if I'm not mistaken. But the problem is the times of the games. But this is something to be considered, and we will try this season, sooner rather than later, to do it once again. It's a way of disseminating the Barcelona spirit everywhere. And then about the plaques, the club's plaques at the stadium, indeed. You know that the stadium is being renovated. We won't be able to do anything until the end. We are toying with an idea of digitizing all the club's crests and find somewhere in the stadium to display them, some of which are beautiful, and some of which are very personal to me, because I placed them when I was the president of one of these member of fan clubs. When it comes to the distribution of tickets, it's a difficult issue. And it is difficult because if we were to apply a criteria of territoriality, the clubs around Catalonia and all over the world, when they come to the stadium, would not get a ticket. So we believe we do things the best way possible. It's the most democratic way of doing it. And some get tickets, some don't. Some areas don't have many clubs, many fan clubs, or teams in first division. We would discriminate them too, so we believe that the only most honest and logical thing to do is do it the way that we are doing it. Then you also asked about the Confederation. Yes, this board believes that you have come of age, especially that We know how many and where you are. This board believes that the clubs don't need to be governed by bodies other than the club. There needs to be a one-on-one relationship with the club without any intermediaries. In addition, there's an entire fan club department with Enric Bosch heading it. In his department there are 7 or 8 people. There's the social department at your disposal and myself. If you need me, I'm here to talk. So we understand that you have already come of age. You don't need to be governed by anybody or any go-between other than the club. I hope this answers all of your questions. Thank you, Josep Ignasi. So let's move on to the next answer for member 68773, José María González. I give the floor to Mr. President Laporta.
Bueno, señor González.
Mr. González.
Usted ha empezado. En primer lugar,
first of all, I believe that Mr. González wanted to carry on speaking and couldn't because I heard him say no to things. Can't you get in touch just in case he wanted to say something else and he couldn't? So please get in touch with him and let him say if there's something else he wanted to say. In addition to the letter of St. Paul to the Corinthians.
Espero que no.
Let's move on now to Mr. Felipe García Sánchez, member number 41413. Elena Ford will answer those questions. Mr. Garcia, I believe I already explained it, but I will do so once again. There's one phase for which we have the first occupation license already, the 25,000 seats. So far we decided that we wouldn't go back until the end of the second stage, 45,000. And for these 45,000 seats, keeping the pass, the 60% members, 40% sale. Sale also to the club's members. After doing this prioritization, which we believe was fair, and for those going to Montjuic did not exhaust these tickets, we opened up to all the other members. But we have the seats that we have. We can't even reach the 83,000 that we used to have. That's why we've done the way we did it. The fairer thing to do is to do a draw. If everybody is asking for the seats, then they can go into that draw. I believe there are 7,500 requests for 13,000, so there will be a draw. It's the only fair thing to do. Unfortunately, we don't have the seats for all of our season ticket holders and members, so I'm sorry, but unfortunately, it's part of the problems in the renovation of the new stadium. So the 25,000 or 24,800 have already been sold out, with those that went to Montjuic, and with the members that subsequently asked for them following this final draw. It's a fairer way of doing things. Okay. It seems that Mr. González had already finished his intervention, so I'll proceed to respond to him. I was telling you, Mr. González, well, we disagree on many of the things that you said. In relation to the letter of St. Paul to the Corinthians, where he recalled the importance of apostles, prophets, and masters, where in addition, he kept them illustrated on the good treatment between all members, in that case close to Christianity or the Catholic movement.
Bueno, también destacaba la importancia que tiene
He also highlighted the
la
importance.
caridad.
They also highlighted the importance of charity compared to other spiritual. I mean, I went to a Catholic school for 14 years, you know, and there are some things that I still remember. I still remember the doctrine.
Recibimos y de la cual estoy muy orgulloso.
And I feel proud of it, okay?
Yo, oyendo su intervención,
After listening to you, I must confess that I had to do an exercise, a profound, a deep exercise of charity, because you, at this stage in history, in the history of Barca, you saying that this board is just doing politics here. I mean, we have full respect for Spain. We respect Spanish people, and especially those who are Barca fans. We admire them, and you are part of that group. I'm sorry to hear that you have that feeling. And not because we're saying Visca Catalunya, we are offending the Spanish Barca fans. It's not because of that that we are offending Spain. We live in a free country where we can express our views, our opinions, and our ways of thinking in our own way. And you may think one way politically, I may think differently. We might not believe the same, but in the case of Barca, we are united by it. And apologies if on occasion some member of this board or myself offended your feelings or offended you in any way. It's not our intent to do politics, party politics with Barca. Obviously, Barca is a Catalan club. We've said so many times. It's an institution which is open to the world. We are Catalan, but we are open to the world. And we are fortunate to have a club that is Spanish, European, African, North American, Asian, because we have fans the world over in 5 continents. This is a great advantage of us. And I tie this in with the fan club movement. Fan clubs is a movement that nowadays we can say is still modern. It's a phenomenon. And we are compelled to strengthening it. And we are also compelled to respect it, because they are disseminating the Barcelona's feelings all over the world without wanting to get into politics or preach any kind of message in particular. I don't know. In our meetings, or by our actions, we'll try to make you see that we have no intention of doing politics with Barca. We believe Barca is a feeling, a shared global feeling. With roots in Catalonia, you will understand that Barca was created in Barcelona in a gym, and very soon it became the Club of Catalonia for many different reasons. There has always been a tie between Barca and Catalonia that we all feel proud of, and that's what I consider admirable from Barcelona supporters from all over the world, especially for those from Spain, that acceptance of this fact, the representativeness, the symbolism of Barca with Catalonia. I don't believe that I'm doing politics when in my intervention I said that we have a firm commitment from our foundation in 1899, more than 125 years ago. This pride in promoting our Catalan culture and our language, Catalan. We have our own language between 2 very powerful states, France and Spain, with the Spanish language which we respect, a language we speak, a language we speak proudly of as well. And like French, these are very used languages in the world, and the survival of Catalan is very important for us. Just imagine, if we Catalans don't promote the language, nobody else will. And I still admire the fans of all Spain that respect our position, respecting us, especially those who have these feelings and sensitiveness. I believe that I didn't quite understand what you want me to do. I could apologize if I know I did something wrong, but I don't believe I did anything on purpose to damage anyone. On the opposite, I try to be as integrative as possible. I feel well sharing my ideas with people from other cultures and different ways of thinking. And I believe that Barça should be like that. I believe Barça should be an element that integrates, something that connects people from all countries, from different cultures and different walks of life. And I would love this to know this. This is the second year that you intervene. I like it. But sometimes I don't quite really understand what your purpose is. Because with all due respect, you're doing more politics than I am. I would just leave it there. And I do hope that with our actions, we end up convincing you that Barça integrates, that Barça belongs to all fans, wherever they come from, you know, whether the north from the south, as our anthem cries. And I hope that following my intervention, you feel more alleviated in your concerns and worries. Thank you very much.
Gràcies. Passem al
Now we'll respond to 83,339 José Antonio Juve and Elena Ford. That is the last of this block of 5 questions. Well, you were asking about safety. It's absolutely safe stadium, much more than the old one, and we have received all of our permissions, all of our permits because of that. There were 3 phases. Our desire is at the end of the year we can have a full, full availability of the stadium.
No, però aquesta és la mateixa, Elena. La blanca. Aquest últim. Deixeu a mi el... Sí. Però ha parlat de... Creuen de veritat que el projecte present i quan... Això ho has de contestar.
You answered this one, right? Okay, therefore, do you think that there's a white hand behind the actions that you saw, for example, yesterday? A white hand. A white hand. If there isn't, well, it sure looked like it. Now we have this weekend, next weekend we have a match, and most likely we have appealed, our legal department, we have appealed and taken the necessary steps, right, to the 2 yellow cards that led to a red card for Hansi Flick. And I think if you ask me for my opinion, well, I think that the referee went overboard when he used the yellow card, but I don't know what we will use for our appeal, but I think it's very difficult for them to repeal the cards, but the yellow cards, and there's the red one. I told Hansi that we are with him and that we're going to appeal, and we're trying to get him out of that sanction, but it's very difficult. I didn't like the attitude of the referee. It's also true that their job is a very difficult one, but this gentleman has expelled almost every one of our players that stand out. And of course, his track record with us is not very good. I mean, when we see that he is the referee, we're not too happy about it. People think, okay, nothing's going to happen, but something always happens. And it seems that this week it was right before a match where we will be playing for the first position in the league. Right now, we are leaders. We'll see what happens today with Real Madrid, and we'll see if we continue or not as the first place team. But what happened yesterday, we didn't play as we should. I mean, even the head coach recognized that. But I think that the outcome from yesterday will give us lots of confidence, because when you win at the last minute, having one of the center fielders changing his position, and after a play that led to the expulsion of the manager, I think it was I think the referee was a bit overzealous. So I think I've already answered what I think about this. Thank you very much. Let's continue with 5 more interventions on a video conference. Yes, we continue with the online platform with a question that will come from Mr. Jordi Brunet Espuela, 76,082. You have the floor. Dear President and members of the Management Board, members of the club, I thank you for allowing me to participate, because I'm in Cleveland in the United States and I've been listening this closely since 5 a.m. in the morning. I would also like to thank you, Mr. Laporta, the President, and all of the management for loving Barca so much. Loving Barca was your theme, and I'm sorry, but I think what you've done has been to reduce costs. After losing the best player in the world, you were able to win titles, and you have started the renovation of the Camp Nou, the Spotify Camp Nou. You decided to, well, for signing players, you decided to sign some players, backing it, guaranteeing it with your own money. And I think if you've done that, it's because you love the club. And this is a club that generates €1 billion. Well, this is very little, so let's vote. Shall we create an application where the members can enter, and we have the application where we can ask questions such as this? Are the members willing to pay a fee to help with this situation?
També li posaré un altre exemple. Vostè ja va haver d'arreglar el desaguitzat que va haver-hi en el seu primer mandat. En el seu primer mandat, jo era molt jove.
I was very young. I was 15, 16 years old during your first mandate, and President Gaspart, who I greet, he considers himself one of the worst presidents in the club that we got from the previous one. You have to save the club, and you have to save it again. Perhaps it would be ideal for you not having to do 2. You did it in the first period, sensational period. Now, having done this, I ask you 2 questions. This was a proposal. Did you create this application? And there's 2 remaining questions. The jersey of the T-shirt. My children, since they were born, were members, even though we live in the United States. We come when we can. We'll come to vote, and you know I'll vote for you, but just in case, let me make it clear. But €200 per jersey. Well, I'm thinking dollars, maybe 180, 120 for the stadium edition. Couldn't we create a QR code of one single jersey, once you've used it, doesn't, well, to get a 50% discount for the jersey, for all of my family, I'd have to spend 600 euros from me and from my children. We're going to be there for Christmas, and just as a proposal, couldn't you have just one? Maybe we have a 10%, which is not bad, and the employees of the shop have 20%, and not on all products. I'm just saying 50% on a jersey. Another question I have, Barca Studios, I see on YouTube and on the official page, the website, that on 15th of May 2020 there was Talent Explorers. It was a program that was announced. Is there any news about this series, this television series? Can we find it on Movistar Plus, on Netflix, on any online platform, or directly on YouTube? And get our kids to get excited about Barça. The rights of Eric Castell. Who has them? Why don't we create a television series, Barca Studios? I mean, I'm just putting forth ideas. I don't know what the answer is, but do we know anything about that? Thank you very much. And one final reflection. The media, they continue to ask, how is it that after 5 years, Laporta's management team has not returned us to economic normalcy? There are these debates that go on, and they say to us that they improvise, that lots of problems in Barcelona, though, but nobody... yesterday, there was a semi-aggression to Rashford, and no one says anything about that. And then there are, the coach was expelled. So we can't always play well. Sorry for this tone, I get nervous because you can't always play well. I get information from Gerard Rivera or YouTube and Mr. Seitan, two Barcelona that really have my... Well, I get goosebumps when I read them and watch them. The conventional media and the social media, there are many hypocrites that say that they are Barca fans, and they're not, because if they weren't, no one would follow them. And my question is, in this last economic period, financial period, could you remind us if there were players that were no longer here, that came from the previous state? If it's confidential, you have to give their names, but... sorry. What players are we still paying that are not on the club, if you can remind me of that? And I would like to ask Mr. Hansi Flick, well, I ask you to keep him because he's wonderful. I was happy with Xavi, but this man is wonderful. At the end of the match, that graphic gesture is what many of us members feel, that what he did to Catalan culture, what he showed of Catalan culture at the end, and I have the Barça tie-on. I bought it. I like it. I can't buy his on internet. If he can tell me where I can buy it, I would wear it very proudly at my work. So, Visca Barça, and thank you for everything that you've done. Mr. Alfonso Carceller Pena, 33,082. You have the floor. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm going to be brief because it's already late. Just one thing I'd like to mention, the assembly on the 19th of October, it was mentioned that for several reasons there were 3,000 seats that were free in the stadium. The Vice President Lenafort said that these seats would go to the waiting list. That's a very wise thing to do, a very sensible thing to do. But I believe that this distribution should be done previously. Well, there should be an improvement process. It was done once a year in the past, but since 2015 it hasn't been done. I think that there are lots of people among them that are hoping to unify our seats with the family, and we're not finding those that have been season ticket holders for a long long time have more rights. And so my question would be if there will be an improvement process before awarding the free seats to those that are on the waiting list. Thank you very much. Visca Catalunya, Visca Barça and Visca Catalunya. It is now we give the floor to Mr. Biel Tornez Cornay. 61,340 is his number.
Biel, endavant, sisplau.
Biel, please, your question. Hello, good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon to delegate members, to the members. For me, it's an honor to be a delegate member. I support you because I think you're doing a great job. And just a small question that affects me personally. Apart from Elena Ford in the animation stands for young people, something that we've been asking for a long time. I think it's a good idea and a good initiative. If once we have the Espai Barça and we are in the Spotify Camp Nou with full seating, apart from what Elena says, we will be able to have season ticket if we are given it based on the list, on the waiting list, so that we can reduce this. My situation is that since I was a small boy, my father, we only have one season ticket, my father's, and I went with him until I got older and I wasn't able to, and I want to go see. We go to Montjuic, but it's just one of us, he or I, and my dream would be able to go together with my father, and that we could do that every weekend. So my question is this: apart from the animation stands, once we have the full Camp Nou available, can we bring down the waiting list so that those of us that have been waiting a long time for a season ticket, if we could get one, Visca Barça and Visca Catalunya. Now it's Mr. Joel Portela Pordes with 105,420. Good afternoon to everyone, to the management board. I am a member of the animation stands since 2007, and I think that we have been criminalized quite a bit, especially in Montjuic. We know that the system that we had at the Camp Nou is not present, and we cannot follow whether we're singing chants or not. I would like to know if you say fool or something like that, the people from the league will would sue you. And in a stadium of 105,000 people, and I think if we look at the stadiums, we have to see what the situation is all over Europe. And thanks to my brother, who's also a member, a season ticket member, I was able to get a pass in Montjuic, and we know that we're going to have a pass. But the question is we have been on the waiting list for a long time, and those people, they say that we have sacrificed so much going to Montjuic, and I don't think it's a sacrifice at all, Joan. It's a great idea, but the question is, will these people have any preference at the new Camp Nou, the Spotify Camp Nou? I heard that it's about 1,200, 1,500 that are season ticket holders that are also on the waiting list. So this shows our interest in having a season ticket. And finally, I would like to ask if there's any agreement that we can come to with TMB, the municipal transportation, so we could go to Camp Nou and do it in a much more sustainable way if there was some kind of... and this is Visca Barça and Visca Catalunya. That's the end of my intervention. And to finish the second block, we have Mr. Xavier Sale Martin, 54,560.
El micròfon, sisplau.
Ara.
Okay, let's see. I am intervening here because I was mentioned. I want to clarify a few things. It's not a question, but since Article 2015 of the bylaw talk about hearing the opinion of the delegate members, I'm going to give my opinion. I would like to talk about the intervention of Mr. Carpeta, where he has accused me of secretly getting in and hiding in the office last year of the members. I'd like to talk about this because this is a drama that's been repeated. This comes from an article of an ex-journalist called Toni Figueros in the sport newspaper, where he says that's the so that I was put into the office after my intervention, that this has had a tremendous impact on the management. There's a plot that we were involved in, and when I saw Jean Laporta surprised when he heard that, I would like to explain exactly what happened, because Mr. Laporta probably doesn't even know what happened. Since I became a delegate member a year ago, just like Mr. Carpeta, not more, not less, I tried to come into the application. I tried to enter the application. I was unable to, and there was no way to do so. I called the office for the members, and I went to the office. I asked what was going on. They spent an hour trying to find that there was a number that was wrong, and it was my birth date. And since it was already time for the interventions, I wanted to intervene to talk about the accounts. Well, I asked them if there was some place that I could speak from. I went in, I joined, I spoke, and I remember that there was it was like a fishbowl. Everyone could see me. I wasn't trying to hide or anything like that. I wasn't hidden, nor was there any kind of a plot, nor had this been planned by Laporta or Elena Font. Everything that was said by this journalist was a big lie, and the main reason for any intelligent person, or Mr. Carpeta, who I assume is intelligent, instead of reproducing and criticizing a conspiracy theory that has no grounds, instead of repeating that, he should have thought for 3 seconds using his brain, what is it that I or Laporta or Vice President Font, what was I gaining being seen with a brick wall behind me instead of this wall? I mean, what was all this conspiracy for? What was the goal of it? This has been repeated, and Mr. Carpeta has said that no one has given explanations nor has asked for forgiveness or apologized for this. And the office allowed me, the Office of Attention to the members, tried to fix the situation. There was no plot there, there was no conspiracy, it was just a problem with my date of birth. And now I'm speaking member to member. His name is not Carpeta, but Mr. Capeta. Sorry, Mr. Capeta. Okay, so you are a delegate member, so am I. I'm a member such as you. No one is higher than the other. Before beginning to talk about these things, think a bit. And since this intervention is only going to last 3 minutes and yours lasted 11, well, I give you my minutes, Mr. Capeta, if you want to respond. Therefore, the average of our interventions will be 8 minutes. Thank you. Okay, we finish here this round of 5 questions. Let's begin with the response to the interventions and the second block. The first one will be the response to Mr. Jordi Brunet. It seems that the president, the gentleman from Cleveland, yes. Jordi Benet, sí.
Cleveland. Ohio.
Cleveland, Ohio, okay. First of all, allow me to thank you for your intervention from Cleveland. You said that you were following us since 4 a.m. this morning, and you looked good. It looked like you were fresh, and you had that beautiful Barça tie on. I love this tie very much. It's not those that are available in our shops. This was given to me as a gift, and you know, Jordan, Mr. Brunet, that I'll try to find another one that you might like and send it to you. So I can't give you this one, but everything that has to do with a payment, I think that's something that should be done in a very professional way. I think that we should explain very clearly so that those members that want to contribute money to the club, to use a lever of the global fans of Barça. We have many followers of Barça all over the world that could give a certain amount, and they could help kind of a GoFund that would help the club. But I would like to do this in a very organized way, based on how you spoke. I think this is something that you understand perfectly, and I think that you could give us lots of good ideas in this sense. Now, concerning a discount for those jerseys, I was looking at the director of this company that we are mentioning during this assembly, because they have already invoiced 170 million, and we have e-commerce that has become internationalized in 170 countries. Well, Mr. Messaguet, the director, is here, and I think that's very logical. We're talking about a family with several members, and they have that 10% discount. I think if there could be one for just one jersey, 50%, that would be very positive. Now, the players that we're still paying, well, if you allow me to, I will give the floor to our treasurer, Ferran Oliver, because I know that he has those figures. And this was generated in the negotiation table in 2020 during COVID. On the 30th of June this year, we paid everything, and everyone has been paid what they were due. Thank you, Ferran. And Mr. Brunet, you also, Jordi, you talked about the rights to Eric Castell, the comic book character. We were visiting Japan and Korea with Enric Masip and all of the other colleagues that joined us on that tour. We were fortunate enough to make this tour, and in a meeting that we had, I think it was in Japan, they talked to us about the rights of Oliver and Benji, and that they wanted to look at doing something with Barça, and also the rights of Eric Castell. Eric Castell, those of you that had comics, it was this Belgian player that came to Barcelona. He was the best player of those times, and they created this mystique, and those comics were quite entertaining. Now, allow us to study that, because I find that, yes, we have an audiovisual platform that has undergone a series of difficulties, and we're in the process now in which we are renewing that platform. And you'll be able to see that in all of our broadcasts are done through the official YouTube channel of FC Barcelona. We're being successful because, as I said earlier, Barça has become a sports organization, has the greatest number of subscribers in the world. We have 24 million subscribers. So that's a record that makes us the sports organization in the world with the greatest amount of subscribers on YouTube. We'll continue along these lines until we have full guarantees of our platform, concerning our platform. Technologically, our platform was not sufficiently consolidated, or let's say that it didn't have the capacity, well, to prevent problems when there were too many users connected. And in this sense, we are in the midst of the process of renewing, of updating that, and we do expect for this platform, we foresee it being an important communication channel for Barça. Organizationally, we have brought together all of the channels of communication of the club, our website, and everything related to social media. We're reconfiguring all of that. Manuel del Rio, as General Director, is leading that, and the director in charge of that is Paloma Macanza. She's had many successes, as we mentioned, about the YouTube channel, the Barça YouTube channel, and we also foresee in audiovisual productions and documentaries and the like. Till now, we had not finished the idea. There are some. We had more things that came from outside of the company than those, the entity, than those that we did in house, and we. Little by little, we are trying to do our own production as long as it guarantees profitability. In that sense, Mr. Oronet, I can tell you that your intervention has been a breath of fresh air, and we appreciate this type of intervention because they're positive. You have spoken, and I thank you for that, that this management board has guaranteed, we've been guarantors, because we can have the teams that we have in our different sports, and we are preparing a guarantee because the salary limit that we had of basketball, handball, roller hockey, etc., well, we had 91 million, and these other sports had 98 million, and these 7 millions had to be guaranteed by us so that we can have teams that can compete at the highest level, and as is demanded by all of those that are responsible for our different teams. So we have also had to guarantee part of the first team, the new players that Joan Garcia, for example, and Rashford. We have, unfortunately, we have Gabi's long-term injury, and so we've been able to recover this guarantee, but we still have a guarantee of about 18 million euros that we are guaranteeing. We believe that our actions and agreements that we reach from here to December, as Ferran said in his intervention, apart from improving the accounts of the company and for us to be to one-to-one, if we have gone beyond the salary cap, shall we say, well, we did that which we thought was necessary and very important for us to keep, well, to maintain a winning group. We have a wonderful group of people on our first team, but they're also winners. We wanted to maintain the players, and if possible, we could strengthen it. We did that with Juan Garcia, with Rashford, and Rooney Bargi. So we have made this effort, and we have had to guarantee this season because we have wanted to do so. No one forced us to do it, but we thought we needed to maintain that group, and also because we trust in our own work on how we're leading this club, and we have a very competitive, very professional team. And from now till December, we're going to to improve the accounts even more, because those are the ones that we have to present to UEFA, because apart from presenting our accounting to La Liga, we also have to present our accounts to UEFA. And what we need for La Liga is not exactly what is needed for UEFA. They are similar, yet there are differences. And in the financial fair play, the salary cap, the Liga includes women's football, and UEFA doesn't. We are now fighting to not have to include the money spent in youth football and women's football in the first team of football, of men's football. So right now we are a world reference in youth football and women's football. Well, women's football wouldn't have the importance that it has right now without our team, and I say this with all respect to the other clubs that have teams in Europe. We have clubs that you already know quite well, but Barça, the strength of Barça, has also made it possible for women's football to be even more important. And if we have to promote women's football even more, we're making great efforts. Well, we would like to at least not be penalized for that, for women's football to be counted against the salary cap that we have for the club. Very well, Jordi. Thank you very much for your intervention. Thank you. And I get goosebumps when I hear you speaking. Thank you very much, because I'm happy that I've been able to gain your trust, and I'm happy to know that you will vote for me, and I would like to continue gaining your trust so that when elections come back, that we can count on your support. Thank you very much for your intervention.
Respondre al soci 33.082, el senyor Alfonso
Next, Mr. Alfonso Carceller. Mr. Carceller, as in the previous assembly, once we have all seating available at the Spotify Camp Nou, we expect to include 3,000 seats assigned to the waiting list. Now, when it comes to the improvements in family reunifications, we have applied the following criteria. Once everybody's back at the Spotify Camp Nou, once everyone has decided to go back to their seat, we will then be able to make improvements and reunifications. You are entitled to them, but we believe they should be subsequent and not prior to the return to the stadium. I would like to say, Biel, it is an honor for us to do an intervention. The problem that you pose is one that many other families suffer too, and we will try to respond to that concern. But seeing that younger fans like yourself that have that courage and want to participate in events like these, such important an event in the 1957 goal, well, I myself, President, makes me feel proud. Thank you. Let me just say that to help cases like Biel, we know there are many. You only had one pass and you can go together. That's why this 1957 goal is being made possible for that particular group of people in the waiting list. But let me clarify that. The fact that youngsters 18 to 25 in the waiting list can be in that part of the stadium will not preclude them from remaining in the waiting list. So, at their turn, they will be able to get a seat at the stadium. I didn't explain this earlier, but it's not one or the other. Within that age, you can go to that stand and be on the waiting list or not, depending on what you prefer to do then. Next, Joel Tortosa, 105444. Mr. Tortosa, we did not criminalize anyone. We guaranteed and defended the club everywhere. As I have explained on several occasions, we were imposed many penalties for, specifically in a special part of the stadium. Many of these things that were said put the stadium at risk of closure. So we only defended the club and all of the members. How many fines since there is no animation stand? Well, I believe none. None since we closed that area, and two complaints because there was a person jumped on the Valencia Day with the Palestinian flag, but no fine being imposed on the club since then. We believe that yesterday, with the chants, well, the club issued the various notices, and we will probably be issued a complaint, but we haven't received it today. 1,200 people. Yeah, 105,000, but there are many people that are season ticket holders. The only space that will be free will be in the third tier. It doesn't make any sense to do the animation stand there. We cannot change the structure of season ticket holders. We have what we have, and this is what we need to work with. With respect to the season ticket in Montjuic, the Spotify Camp Nou will entail taking on between 3,000 and 4,000 season ticket holders from the waiting list. We will need to look into the details of that once we have the third tier available. Having gone to Montjuic or not will not grant preference. Preference is the seniority on the waiting list. And when it comes to an agreement with TMB, there's a specific sustainability department that is responsible for mobility in the Espai Barça. There's a closed mobility plan agreed with the City Council. And when we provide the explanation upon the return, we will explain things, but we will indeed prioritize public transport for people to get to the Spotify Camp Nou, and we'll explain in detail all the measures to be adopted. Mr. Tortosa, Joan, you also made a comment at the beginning saying that you cannot identify those who do these chants that are the object of sanctions. Well, that's something we can't do either. That's why we reached that agreement, that you, the representative of the group, would pay for any fines imposed. I am sorry about this, because after listening to you, I feel that as a fan that you are, I can assure you that as a president, I'm not happy with you not being able to come to the stadium. I know that This is not fair on you all, but we are not responsible of policing and identifying those who do these chants. The agreement establishes you would have to pay any fines, and you would have to sort out this issue. In any event, thank you for encouraging the team, rooting for our teams, and I wish that you can continue doing that from your seat. You referred to sustainable mobility. We have Jordi Portabella, the head of sustainability at the club. I believe he's here. I'm sure he's in search of the right solutions so that those of us who have this sensitiveness can benefit from practical solutions. Being able to get to the stadium with public transport is something that we would all benefit from. Right, Jordi? And if it's not in public transport, then using some kind of transport that is sustainable. Like the President of the Economic Commission said during her intervention. She did refer to sustainable economy. So, as mentioned, Mr. Tortosa, I apologize for referring to when I was young. When I was young, I've been going to the stadium since I was 5 with my grandfather and my father. And there was a person there who was a hero to me. It was Al Tortosa. He wore a jersey that was open and went from one place to the other, and he started saying, "Come on, Barca fans, Visca Barca." And everybody used to stand. We all stood because he was a hero to us all. He alone made us all follow. I don't know where this guy is, because after him, many came with trumpets and with many different things, but that's how people rooted for their team. But whenever that guy got to our area, I got goosebumps. It was incredible what he did. I think his name was Josep Tortosa. Well, he was a hero to many of us. Yeah, I was 5. And he already had grey hair. But anyway, it was incredible what that guy alone could do. So, as I said, thank you for your intervention. Xavier Salamartí, member 54560. Xavier, yes, you made your comments because many people referred to you. Thank you for clarifying your situation. I was unaware of that. You explained things very clearly. This thing about the fishbowl you were in. Obviously, there was no plot. Nobody wanted to hit anyone. There was no conspiracy theory between you, yourself, or Elena and myself. So, thank you for clarifying that matter. And you didn't use a lot of the time, something that you will be able to compensate with Mr. Capeta. And thank you. Thank you for speaking. I think now the situation is clear. And I hope that this is no longer an issue, taking us to the point of argument. I don't think it needs to be anything else than that. Thank you for everything that you do for this club. Now the third block of questions, with the 3 last questions. First, Àngel Miralles Duran, member number 58446. Can you see me? Yes. Okay. I don't understand why you want everyone to be able to go into that stand. And why would you limit it to people under the age of 25? What about those over the age of 25? And you need to be on the waiting list for a minimum number of years. Compared to other European stadiums, the animation stand is really small, and we would have the biggest stadium in Europe. If compared with the visiting stand in Champions, when the the visiting team come, we won't be heard. This is not the first time that happened, as we saw last year. You also said we would not be allowed on the effect of alcohol. Does this, in the VIP areas, alcohol will be forbidden? I hope the same rules apply to all. And about Spanish. So that, let me say this in Spanish. Barça defends Catalonia, as established in Article 4 of the bylaws. It is made clear that the commitment of the club to Catalan and Catalan culture is obvious. If you don't like that, just root for your local team. Thank you. Next, Joaquim Duran Maronda, member number 67958. Microphone, please.
Ara? Sí.
Now.
Hola, bona nit a tothom.
Hi, good evening.
Intentaré ser breu.
I will try to be brief.
Si som del Barça,
if I'm a Barca supporter, if we are Barcelona supporters because we have our own identity, we are more than a club. We should never lose that. I would like to thank this board for their effort in keeping this multi-sport spirit that defines us in all of the sections, all forming part of our identity. Personally, I love to see the presence of the rugby section in the museum. We want all represented there. We should remember that the rugby section has 100 years of history and continues to be one of the oldest and long-lasting, one of the most emblematic of the club. Despite that, at present, the facilities are precarious. They're not at the level of FC Barcelona. And whereas other sections benefit from modern spaces such as the Sports Village or the Johan Cruyff Stadium, rugby is still in a situation that does not reflect its importance or its tradition in this club. Earlier, you referred to whether the hamburgers need to be good in order to bear the Barca brand well. It's the way we see ourselves represented in the world of sport, amateur sport, or semi-professional sport. So allow me to ask a question. Is there any project for relocating or improving the facilities for rugby on the context of the Espai Barça or other sports plans? Thank you very much for the job, for your commitment with all of the sections. And after all, we are more than just a club. Thank you. Next, Mr. Antonio Hernández Jiménez, member number 75989.
Buenas.
Hi.
Bueno, bona tarda.
Good evening.
My
name is Antonio Hernández. I'm a delegate member, and currently I have been secretary of the El Vendrell fan club president. Next year, I will be celebrating the 50th anniversary of the fan club. I would like to congratulate Elena for the work carried out with the Espai Barça project. My question is as follows. Despite the fact that this has already been mentioned by Joel and Biel, I wouldn't like to leave without asking my question. If we have if we do not have a seat at the Camp Nou, but we have been rooting for the team in a season ticket over the last 2 years at the Lluís Companys Stadium, and we've been on the waiting list for 16 years, I would like to know what will happen to us. We would like to know if we would be afforded preference for those of us who have been patiently waiting for so long, and despite not having a seat, we've been loyal to the club. I would like to bid my farewell by saying Visca Catalunya, Visca el Barça, and Visca the fan clubs. And the last question of this turn will be asked by Mr. Alberto García Quevedo, member number 24385. Hi, good evening to you all. First of all, I would like to thank you for including me in this last section of questions. I know it's very late, and I've been following the entire session during the whole day.
darrerament, doncs, bueno,
and
volgut intervenir.
I wanted to intervene. First, I would like to thank the President and the Board for the excellent and for the difficult management of the situation. And my question, just to be brief, has to do with the management of access to Montjuïc Stadium. Lately, especially in Champions League games, we see a lot of people gathering in the accesses, especially in the area around the stand, not the grandstand. Usually we need to go there with plenty of time because we know it's going to take a long time for us to get in. We see, or I think, that there might be the possibility of increasing the number of safety staff in order to facilitate access to the stadium, because the queues are incredible and many of us only gain access to the stadium after the game has started, even if we get there well in advance. So my question to you is, would it be possible to double in some games when we know there will be a lot of attendance, the means or the staff to be able to speed up access into the stadium? That is all. Thank you all. And thank you for managing the situation over the years. Long live Barça and Catalonia. So let's start with the answers. We'll be answering the first intervention in this final block of video conferencing questions.
658-442. Elena, would you answer that question, please? Yes. I will be brief. We don't prohibit the entrance of people under 25 years of age, but the previous model did not allow members that weren't members of a supporter club, and we've changed our criteria. In any case, these are priorities. We are prioritizing and decisions that are made. We cannot increase the animation spaces. We have season tickets in the majority, and the part that is not for season ticket holders is the highest part, the highest tier. And if we have fewer season ticket holders, then we can have an animation space or section. I think it's clear that the recommendation that comes as a conclusion of the participative process is to prevent people coming to these stands that are under the effects of alcohol, under the influence of alcohol. Thank you very much, Elena. Let's go to Mr. Joaquim Duran, 67,968. That will be answered by Josep Maria Albert, please. Well, thank you very much, Joaquim, for your intervention. Joaquim. I said Joaquim, didn't I? Joaquim, thank you. As you say, the facilities that we are using today are quite disastrous, and they don't make it easy for us. The Marcet Foundation, even though we have an agreement with them, they reduce our time and our availability and spaces to carry out our training in the proper conditions. We're very sensitive in this, and rugby is one of our sports in the club that's been around for a long time, 100 years, and well, we had to voice our concern about this. We're working on the possibility of having our own facilities to give the rugby team the respect and the opportunities that they deserve. So we're working on that. Mr. Antonio Hernandez Jimenez, 75,989. Elena. Mr. Hernández, I will repeat what I said in the new Spotify Camp Nou. When we have a full house, we will be able to take on 3,000 approximately members that are on the waiting list. Well, we hope that we will be able to provide you with that desired seat. And obviously, someone who's been waiting for 16 years has priority over those that have just arrived. Mr. Garcia. Yes, first of all, Mr. Garcia Quevedo, thank you for your support and for your comments. It must not have been easy for you. It's not been easy to reach this point, that's true. But with interventions such as yours, we feel comforted and supported for the efforts that we make as a management board. And now I will give the floor to Vice President Lenafort to answer some of the part of the question that you asked. Mr. Garcia, the configuration of the Olympic Stadium, well, it's very old, and we have had problems with the accesses, and there are certain old standards that have not been updated, and therefore it's not a decision of the club. And in any case, we will convey this concern to the areas of safety and security, by Barça, so we can find a way to improve that. Thank you. Now, we have been in the Assembly for 10 hours, so we are going to now have the in-person intervention. There is a question from Mr. Denoria that will be the first to respond, given that it will be fast, but please, since we're going to do this in blocks of 5, if there's another member. I would like to know the plaques that we had with the name of our family members, our parents in the old Camp Nou. I just want to know that. You haven't said anything about what will happen with those plaques. I was told that they would say something and they haven't, so please let me know about that. Do we answer this one first or do we take more? Jordi Llopart, 481. The presentation that the President gave at the start of the main aspects of last season, I was surprised that he did not mention the fact that every year comes up, and that is the topic of the Super League. I believe that this is an issue that I thought that would affect and that still could affect, and I've been reading and listening to the radio. It seems that Barça, the management of Barça, is distancing itself from Super League and concentrating on the UEFA competition. And I would like to know if that is the current position of the management board, and if so, how have you evaluated this situation? What has taken you to this change of position? Thank you. Are there any further questions in this turn? Yes? I would like to congratulate the President, first of all, for his presentation, and we are accustomed to hear him speak so clearly and in such a straightforward way. And I believe you deserve to be president of the club. But there is something that you said, and I think it's been recorded, and you say there's no one is blind. No one is blinder than someone that doesn't want to see. And I would like to see, I would like to see, and therefore I'd like to ask a question. Mr. Gaspar has said, if we have a discrepancy, it doesn't mean we're not part of the club. And I would like to ask this on that basis. If someone thinks that I'm not a Barcelona follower, then I wouldn't speak. So I would like to say that among other things, that one of the things that surprised me the most is not the crux of the matter. And I don't doubt that the management board has done a good job, but I think there's a tremendous lack of communication. I was present at the delegate, at the senator, at the end of June, there was an assembly there, and I left there quite disappointed because the president made certain statements that haven't taken place, that haven't been fulfilled, and some others that Elena Fort had mentioned that haven't taken place. And it wasn't necessary to say that because it was a commitment that no one asked for, and it does look bad when you look outward. And it had to do with a series of rumors that affect the management board. So that, together with an ad that appeared on television, to see the president to go out onto the field and pull on the grass, well, to lie down on the grass on the pitch, well, I think that harms the image of the club, of the president, and of the management. Now, having said this, I have asked one thing, and that is this 50 million commission, they say, I don't know, that they say was given to a certain person for their intermediation for the renewal of the Nike agreement. It's a renewal, an extension, shall we say, and so I'm surprised that that wasn't able to have been resolved without someone intervening from the outside. But even so, I understand that there are companies that are specialized in this, prestigious companies at an international level, but I think that 50 million is quite striking. So I suppose that these 50 million, if it's true, will be paid based on the fulfillment of this contract. I mean, I suppose it hasn't been paid yet, but how is that money accounted? How is it treated in the accounting? I mean, I suppose that this has to be spread out over the years of the contract. So this should be done in order to avoid misinterpretations and rumors. And another thing has to do with the concern that I have concerning the construction on the Spotify Camp Nou. Recently, during our break for lunch, I was able to run into a friend from 30 years ago, Joan Centelles, someone that I appreciate a great deal. And Joan Centelles, I was very happy to see him. I asked him, Joan, is it true that there is a clause, penalty clause for the delay in the construction? And he answered, yes, it's true, but there are certain conditioning factors, such as not being allowed to work 24 hours a day and other issues. But we're sure that if we have these delays, this will, the club will take the necessary measures that will be passed on to the legal department. Now, Tony, do you believe that it's time now to talk to a company like NIMAT doing their work? Isn't it better to propose this at the end of the project and then demand the responsibilities that are needed? Joan Centelles said this to me, and I trust him 100%, but I would like for the company to say that they are willing to demand those responsibilities if there is a delay. So these are very specific questions I've asked. And finally, I would also like to ask the treasurer, who I want to congratulate for his 3 interventions, if there has been a re-qualification of the auditors of last year's accounting? Is that because something, some item wasn't correct, or some discrepancy that is caused by perhaps this lack of guarantees? That's one of the questions. And also to the treasurer, I say I am surprised that a telecommunications company that has where we have hired part of the club should be the same that we have sold 450 VIP seats. That, well, we're supposed to receive 70 million, and apparently we've received 20. Are there guarantees for the rest? Because the company, I don't think it's a internationally prestigious company and renowned around the world. Good afternoon. My name is Fernando Forten Antolini, and my number is 180. More than a question, I would like to give you an answer. Please continue as you're doing and move forward and continue as you are doing now. Are there any further questions? My name has come up quite a bit. I would like to congratulate the delegate members, those that are still here, those that are following this assembly. Thank you very much. Today, we have approved 80% of last year's budget and next year's budget, almost everything. Everyone who's wanted to speak has been able to, and some are still not happy because they didn't have the possibility of answering to the answer. And, well, your name is Eduardo. Let me call you Eduardo. President has a lot of work, and he has a character, and I am different. I'm worse than he is. Call me, and call Barça. That's easy. Give them your mobile phone, give them your cell phone, and I'll call you back, and I promise that I will give you the opportunity to respond. And I will respond to what you said, and you respond to me. That way you'll have the possibility, and you won't be able to say that none of those that have spoken today have given you that option. You are one of the few that have said that you were disappointed not being able to respond to our response, and that would be an opportunity for you to explain to me and for me to explain to you. And let me finish by saying, before I spoke only of the issue of Barça being different. It's not better or worse, it's just different. And as an example, I talked about petrol, about gas, and all of the teams in the world, except for Bilbao, Osasuna, Barça, and another, are sporting associations, sporting enterprises. The others don't have the problem we have. They have a millionaire, a multimillionaire, or an investment fund, or a state that can give the money they want, or they can sell the club, or they can look for another investment fund. And those that say they're members, they're not really members, they're just sympathizers, they're just fans. The real members are Bilbao, Osasuna, and Barça, and another that I'm not going to mention. I would like for you to be aware that what we do, and I said this before about finding money under the rocks or wherever we can, because we're different. We're not better or worse, we're just different. Others don't need to do this, because after all, an investment fund, a state, or an individual will just write a check, and we don't want to do it that way. We want to continue to be what we are and do things the way we have. And I've said it, I am a presidentialist. Today,
abans d'ahir del senyor Bartomeu.
Of Mr. Laporta, before that, Mr. Bertomeu, total Núñez, Gaspar so-and-so of Delegate. I was always a presidentialist, therefore I'm not going to change. I am in favor of the president, whoever, of Barca, whoever it may be. And at this moment, it's Mr. Laporta. And that clarifies my position. I'm a presidentialist, and when the president is named Laporta, then I'm a Laportist. So the president knows this. The other day, talking about several things. Well, I don't think there's... I think that Mr. Núñez is in heaven looking down, and he doesn't understand anything after what we suffered. Yes, it's true. We suffered a great deal, the blue elephant movement, etc. And when someone doesn't like someone else and that person becomes the president, I didn't vote for him, but he is my president. Therefore, I'm very sorry. I am going to support him, and I will support him as long as he is president. And if someone likes that, wonderful. If not, well... Thank you very much, President Gaspar. To respond to the first intervention of these in-person questions, number 936, number 936. He asked about the intermediary that there was, the middleman of those 15 million. So we're going to begin with him. Is that the question? And Ferran Oliver will answer. Well, I will answer three questions that you asked. The first one has to do with that intermediation. When we had the assembly, I think that you weren't there? Let me explain. Nike was a conflict that we found when we came, when this management team arrived. We discovered that the main sponsorship of Nike was not in the market. It was a sponsorship that had, well, become outdated and wasn't market price. So at that moment, when we arrived, there were also lawsuits back and forth between the club and Nike. Well, based on misinterpretations of the relationship of what the contract said. And there was a price that we thought was not in line with the market, so we talked to them and told them that we thought that this had to be resolved. And the first response of Nike was to say, okay, we have a signed contract, and you shouldn't have signed it because the contracts are there to be respected, to be honored. And we told them that we weren't happy, that we didn't agree, and the relationship with them was shaky at that moment. And as I said, there were lawsuits back and forth, and I'm summarizing. The situation was unsustainable. And Spotify was concerned as well because they were stuck in the middle. They put the name on the jersey, and so they were concerned. So at that moment of total crisis, Darren Day appeared. Darren Day appeared because of the relationship that he had with Spotify. He was one of the people that had facilitated our contract with Spotify. And he said, would you like me to intervene in this conflict that's going on between both sides? And I said, yes, if you could help, that would be great. He explained to us, he said, listen, you are very lucky because the president of Nike is also on the board of Spotify, and both sides are interested in fixing this. So this role of intermediation, it wasn't a commission per se. This led us to be able to sit down together with all the parties. We sat down with the president of Nike, with Spotify, and we were able to talk about it. Now, from these conversations, we reached a conclusion. And we said, as we told you, we believe that your your proposal is outdated, it is no longer in line with the market. And they said, okay, allow us to go on the market and to look for another offer, and we find one that's better, you have the right of first refusal. And he said, okay, that's fine, because since I don't think you're going to find it, then go ahead. And we found it. And at that moment, we brought Nike another offer, and we said, we have this. Can you equal this? They studied it, they spent some time, and finally they said, okay, we accept this offer. That is the path that we followed as relates to Nike, from a situation that was very chaotic. And with your main sponsor, well, a situation like that was disastrous. And this led us to a situation that was very complex. And thanks to this mediation, we were able to reach the best agreement that there is for sponsorship of a jersey or of a brand, which is Nike. So much so that we didn't pay for a commission, we paid for an intermediation of less than 3%. Obviously, this is included in our costs, and it is split up over the years of the duration of that contract. So I think I answered that, your question. The second question.
El contracte de telefonia, miri, ja ho he explicat abans al president Laporta, ni era un amic, ni passava per la porta, ni és el primer que vam trobar. Quan vam fer el concurs de la telefonia, aquest senyor va tindre les
looked for a partner, a telephone partner, we received the best offer with an operator that was Orange, and they won that tender. And they have their businesses and their companies, and we explained to them in the same way, and we also explained to other partner sponsors that we had, these VIP seats that we sell. No, I don't want to say sell, that we yield for 35, 40 years for 200 million euros. And they said, well, this product could be of interest to me so that I can sell it or just keep it. And they made us an offer. He paid 28 million of this amount, and there are 28 more millions to be paid. And there are installments for that payment. So he is in the process of paying for the commitment. The problem that we've had with the auditors is the interpretation. Is it that the theory of accrual, and from the part that we sold to Forte, which is the other purchaser, we have received 70, and this gentleman still has to pay 35 million, but this person is on target with the installments. And let me go to the third question, which had to do with the revaluation. The revaluation is the story that we've explained of Bridgewood. Bridgewood, as you know, last year, the board, what we did was to devaluate the payments. Some of the partners had not paid, and we explained this personally, and I explained to them. And this year we had a problem of governance within the club, within the company, and a partner that had a very special point of view blocked the activity of the company. We've resolved this, but this has, together with the auditor, I've experienced these situations with you, but we have to find a price for this company. And we said, well, unlike the previous audit that didn't know how to assign a price to this, well, you give us the price. And the auditor said, well, your position within the company, which was at the start about 200, I'm going to devaluate that to 95 million. This devaluation that we carried out, at an accounting level, it has to be done the way it was done, applying 65 million in this period, in this The important thing is the depreciation that takes place and that has worsened our equity. And as we heard before from President Laporte, that we had to negotiate all of this, and this has added up to 80 that we have overcome, and we saw that we've made it possible this shortcoming would be only of 10 million, and when we've added the taxes, it has given us the final figure that you've seen. Thank you very much.
Acabar i contestar totalment la seva intervenció.
To answer, you have spoken of a communication mistake. I can accept that, but I can say something. The image that you said of me lying down on the pitch, that wasn't an ad. That was not an ad. It was not a television ad. That was a photograph that was stolen by someone who was present. It wasn't intentional. We had a private visit because more and more we were told that things had to be improved, and Juan Centella said, let's see what they're asking that we need to improve or recover or fix. And on the 10th of August, we were going to do a test with the Gamper tournament, and to go to the stadium without having had the possibility of playing a match, even if it were a non-official match. We thought, well, we can do it with a small amount of people, but we'll see where the problems are, what needs to be solved. And unfortunately, everyone said, I thank you for having said statements that haven't occurred, because other people say, you lie. And no, I don't tell lies. Well, first of all, that's not my habit of doing that, but in the Espai Barça, I've always said that if there's nothing out of the ordinary, we have always publicly expressed what the construction calendar says. You have to understand that a construction work of this level, it's the largest civil constructions taking place in Europe, and this makes everything much more complicated. And well, you're right about that. We were convinced that we would be able to play the Gamper there, and we were more excited about it than anyone. We thought it was the moment to return, and from the 10th of August to the 19th of August, we've been working daily, incessantly with the city so that we could get our permits. We were supposed to return in September, and Goldman Sachs has had a very good attitude with us because the calendar of the works, well, was in line with the financing, and there were certain penalties if we didn't meet those obligations. And if there are sufficient and reasonable reasons, we were allowed not to meet those deadlines. But everything that we can say about Espai Barça is to put pressure. If you don't pressure, sometimes things don't happen. And I think Joan Centella and all of his team have tried within what's reasonable to pressure, and there is a financial contract that makes them, well, comply. And based on the magnitude of the work, there are many unforeseen issues. They have asked us to fix a series of modifications, and this was a topic that kept coming up because there are lots of inspections carried out by the city. And I said it in my presentation, I respect that because they have to be very scrupulous, and we understand that, but there is also the situation that leads to a delay in the obtention of the licenses and permits. All of these administrative processes also affect the construction calendar, and this has happened to us. But within the overall calculation, I think that we can be proud that we have the 1A phase already. We have the first occupation or the 1A phase permit, and we have a calendar timeline for coming back to the stadium in 1B if everything goes well and if there are no unforeseen problems. But I thank you, especially you, very much, because I think that you have understood that the way in which we have spoken about the Espai Barça and this construction project is dependent on, unforeseeable circumstances, and the members of Barça have to see this dream become a reality, but the most important thing is that they have to experience, they have to live this. All of us have to experience this reality. Therefore, that photograph that you saw, let me repeat, I'm the first one that was surprised because I don't know who took that photograph. None of us did. It must have been someone that was in the stands because it wasn't an ad. The ad was different. It had nothing to do with that. I felt like lying down on the grass, on the pitch. It was the privilege of being able to be there.
No ho sé, jo la veritat és que, a veure, aquí quan vostè ha fet referència a
I mean, when you referred to that saying, being short-sighted, there's no blind person that he who doesn't want to see. I was saying that the situation is much better than 4 years ago. It's clear. And I thank you for not saying that, but you did refer to that saying, and I said so because there are some who say things that are not true. Barça is much, much better than 4.5 years ago. Much, much, much better than 4.5 years ago. And that's a reality, it's obvious. Now, with respect to the census meeting that we hold, you mentioned that some statements didn't come true. Well, what are you referring to? Yes, but Mr. Noria, we're almost there. You know how close we are?
Si es produeixen totes les operacions que tenim previstes ara...
I mean, if everything we expect come through, we already reached the 1-1. We reached that 1-1 in winter, but after renewing all of these players, we exceeded the number in the regulations. But it's just because of the current situation. Because there are transactions that we expect to get to the 1-1. And we already have the team we wanted. We don't foresee recruiting any other player from now until the end of the season. This would only happen if, God forbid, there are some injuries that would make us do that. But we constantly work every day to be in that situation that does not affect us now.
No, però és que si no... Jo crec que... És que no és convenient. No, bueno, jo estic... Això de la conveniència o no...
Well, we can't talk about convenience.
És una apreciació seva perquè jo crec
que
els socis i sòcies del club...
I believe that the members of this club must know how the club is. And we are explaining with transparency all of these transactions. And I'm surprised to see that sometimes there are misunderstandings, but it's probably because we don't communicate well enough. We'll make an effort. If you accept this humble advice, then just take good note of it. Very good, very well. Of course, I accept it. And this helps us to improve, Mr. Noria. Okay. Now, member number 600, on the right, we didn't quite get your name.
Molt bé. L'Helena li contestarà.
Elena will answer your question.
Contestarà l'Helena Fort.
We are well aware of those plates. Those plates have been photographed, identified, and unfortunately, we could not remove them. We will explain how, but we expect to reproduce them again when we have the stadium completed.
Soci 481 li contesta la pregunta. Perdó, li pregunta la resposta al president.
Sí, senyor Llopart, el tema de la
Mr. Llopart, about the Super League. Yes, we are transitioning to side with UEFA. The reasons, well, we've been working to build bridges between UEFA and the Super League for a very simple reason, because with the change of format of UEFA, we see that there has been improvement with regards to the previous format. It accounts for 20% more of the income from this competition, the Champions League. And we want to pacify the situation of football in Europe. We've always said that. We were with the Super League project for specific reasons, but having seen that everything is evolving positively within UEFA, we need to prioritize pacification. We want UEFA and Super League to make peace, and that's why we are siding with UEFA. We received a warm welcome, we believe. We also believe that by pacifying football, we need to continue along these lines. And let me just say as well that we are founders of the European Clubs Association, ECA. And when I recently attended the meeting that was held, I saw a lot of willingness so that Barça and all other Super League clubs come back, but especially Barça, because that's our positioning, to try and build bridges. And because we also see that many of the approaches of the Super League are understood and accepted by UEFA with the exception of governance. I mean, the competition format, if it can be improved, it can be improved from within the ECA, the European Club Association, and then there's a unified platform. This platform that was defended from the Super League. UEFA is open to see that if it works and it generates the income they say that it would, to consider it as their own. So we believe there can be an agreement, and if not, well, it's clear for us that the best place to be is with UEFA. I think I already answered your question. Our relationship with La Liga is good. And relationships improve or normalized. They get normalized. We've all made an effort to bring positions closer. We were the first that prefer to add. We're stronger together. As we see here, we are not enemies. After all Barca fans have each other to defend our club, and we should celebrate that. It should be clear to us all. Member 180, Fernando Fort. Fernando, you're a classic in these meetings. Thank you for your attendance, and thank you for your ongoing support. We will try to carry on doing what we're doing, and if necessary, improve it. I'm certain that everything can be improved, and we will make all efforts to improve. But we will continue along these lines, yes. I said so earlier. Barça is an institution governed by business criteria in part, but there's the social and sport part that follows specific codes that need to
portar. Gràcies, Fernando.
They need to be exercised in a specific way. Thank you, Fernando. And the last comment by Joan Gaspar, member 626. President.
A mi m'agraden les teves intervencions
I like your interventions. They're hot and cold, you know? There's some criticism and some encouragement. Thank you for being presidentialist. By saying that, you teach a lesson of how to be a Barca fan. Being presidentialist does not run counter to sharing criticism that we are used to receiving from you. And I believe we should always seek this unity. You refer to President Núñez. Well, I think that if in the past there was confrontation, but the fact that we are all Barca fans, that we are brought together by this feeling. And in addition, I believe we are good people, if I may say so. We have feelings, we have values. We have a special sense of family and friendship. Well, I would have liked to avoid some things that happened in the past, but in any event, there's little we can do about that. But time places all of us in the right place. And in one way or another, it places us on the same side. And I include there all former presidents. Thank you very much for your intervention. And this brings us to the end of the answers to this turn in speaking. I would just like to thank all delegate members for their cooperation. Apologies. Well, I stayed because I said I would ask a question. I couldn't leave. Sorry, but I didn't see you. I didn't move. No, it's my fault. It's my poor eyesight. Anyway, it's almost a recommendation, a suggestion for our president, who's very active, and he's got a lot of work. In a few days' time, there will be a legal case against a former president of FC Barcelona, Mr. Bartomeu, owing to the payment of commissions. I think it's very hard, not because it's Bartomeu, but because a world-renowned club that says that we are elegant and, well, not like Madrid, but in a different way, is suing a former president. I mean, I think that a board that just said how they agreed on a 50 million commission to renew a sponsorship agreement is something I really can't understand. I think that we need to suffer enough, and there's no need for us to damage each other. If there is evidence showing that something happened, something that was actually a crime, then there's little I can say, but I don't believe there's a crime. There are payments, commission, and like all presidents have done. And sometimes things turned out well, sometimes they don't. I can presume that I brought Messi to Barca for free. Have a look and see if Barca paid something for Leo Messi, the best player in history. But other times, a president needs to pay certain amounts that might not be part of an agreement, but respond to something. I believe Barca cannot be known all over the world as being the club that sued a former president, bringing the president to court. Thank you.
Gràcies per la intervenció, Josep Maria, però em sembla que vas mal fixat.
Thank you, Josep Maria. I think you're wrong. This board didn't sue any president of Barça. This has never been my style. And I can say so clearly. Many people asked that I do that. And people close to the people that you mentioned asked me to file a complaint against Mr. Gaspar's board, and I did not. I didn't sue them because we may have disagreed on things, but at that time there was already a public social trial. I didn't have to add to this injury. I thought I shouldn't add insult to injury, and I just want to focus on the problem and solve it. So what we see here is, when we arrived, we saw that the regional police were investigating a series of transactions. And the only thing we did was say, look, this is not up to us. A forensic analysis was conducted, and it was the public prosecution that saw or identified what transactions could be suspicious of being criminal. It was the prosecutor who filed that claim. So there's little that we did. We didn't sue anyone. We didn't bring anybody to court, even less a former president. We're not even a party to this case, because this is something we did not know. We did not know there was a legal case underway as part of this proceeding. I don't know when. When did you say it was next week? Anyway, so let's speak with benefit of knowledge. You've been in this business for some time now. You can't say things when they are not true, when they're not accurate. Well, you're happy to know that, yes, but you already said what you said, you know? So being happy about a situation after saying something, I mean, so let me just be clear. We didn't sue Mr. Bartomeu. When we arrived, there were some transactions that were being investigated by the police, and we just took external lawyers and said, look, these transactions are here. We are not responsible for these. We just let the prosecution know for them to decide whether those situations were liable to constitute a crime or an offense or not. We only did what we need to do in these cases, as you said. We don't want a war, an internal war. I saw many managers in the past, and I tried to integrate them into the movement, inviting them at important events, trying to, meet them again. And some people now intoxicate and are just not truthful. So that's all. Thank you. So, if we continue with my last remarks, I deem that the answers to the questions have been given. I would like to thank all delegate members for their cooperation in this General Assembly, and now I give the floor to the President for the closing remarks. Well, how many hours have we been at it? Well, it's a pleasure to enjoy this close contact with all the members of this great club. Now, to conclude, thank you. Thank you all. Let me start by thanking you, the last in the room. Thank you to those who are following us online or on Sport 3. And let me just say, I would like to congratulate, let me follow this order. I would like to congratulate the Director General, Manuel del Rio, for reorganizing things and allowing our young talent to emerge and be more efficient. And we see what we were talking about. We can see the efficiency in operations in all areas. Thank you, Manel. Thank you for your work. Today we approved the statements for the 2024-2025 season, as well as the budget for the 2025-2026 season. Special thanks to the financial department. Its Director, Marcel, thank you for the good work and that of your whole team. You did excellent work, and I believe we've been able to explain things very well. Thank you, Ferran Oliver. Special mention to him. I said so during this assembly. A treasurer comes from the word treasure, and he is indeed a true treasure. I would like to thank the organizers for this assembly. I would like to thank the IT department and all those of you who made it possible for this assembly to unfold smoothly. I would like to thank the IT department with Miriam Fernandez heading it. She's been here for quite some time today. And then, the first occupation license. It's been difficult. I mean, the scrupulous legality that the technicians of the City Council were demanding was difficult for us, and it created intense activity, you must believe it. And special thanks to the Espai Barça department, and above all to Joan Centelles at the helm. Truth be told, he's giving it all for the Spotify Camp Nou. So a round of applause, let's give him a hand. Joan Centelles and his team, because there are quite a few of his team. Lluís Moya, the architect, there's a group of very powerful architects working on the project, a group of lawyers as well. Anyway, congratulations to you all, because you made it. And a special mention and congratulations to Vice President Elena Fort. As you have been able to see, she is the woman in this board. And that's a clear statement, a truthful one. She is the woman on this board, and she's done an amazing job. She has a lot of knowledge, and she's the 5th generation of Barcelona fans. Well, I'm very happy to have her. Elena deserves it. I see. Yeah, she's strong, fort. It means strong in Catalan, yes. I would like to continue with my acknowledgements. I would like to thank Deco. Deco spoke. He is a man who have us all enthralled. He works really hard, and he's done an excellent work. Thanks to him, our wage bill today represents 54% of the ordinary income. This is very important because we are within the ranges recommended by UEFA. In addition, he has done excellent work. The team maintains a high level of competitiveness, a youth team with high market value and salaries that are sustainable. It's very hard to maintain this and have it. And that is why the Sports Commission, Enric Masip is here. He's midway between that and the President's office. Enric would confirm this. We preserve the sports village as if it were a temple, where the priests are the players, at Flick and Deco. And we are very much aware of the fact that everything we do considers them, because they make us be successful. So we're very happy with the work of Hansi Flick. Today, he said it's he usually doesn't react like that with the, with that gesture. But I said to him, you have a great style doing that. But he's not entirely happy with the way he reacted, because he say that's the way he doesn't usually react, but he was taken to the limit with the yellow cards. And what I criticize about what happened yesterday is the fact that he was shown a yellow card, then he kept looking at the referee, kept looking at the manager to see how he reacted. Just turn away, right? Why wait? Basically, he was after him. So, a hand for him, for Hansi. He deserves it. He needs to be motivated, because he's a guy that, despite being German, he's very sensitive.
So we have to keep him motivated. This clear decision to bank on La Masia and our young players is extremely important, and not only Rafael Juste and the sports vice president, but also Joan Soler, who works in that area, and from Barça Athletic and the Youth League and everything that we're doing. We lost in Lleida 3-2 today, unfortunately, with our B team. We won't be in first place anymore. In basketball, the advantage that we have is that we always win. We always win. If it's not one team that's going to win, it's another from the club. And I was telling Josep today that we won today our basketball match. So a round of applause for basketball. I'm finishing, I promise, I'm finishing up. And to all the executives and the workers, this management of the internal talent, apart from the general director, it's promoted by our director of human resources, Carlos Andoscazzi, and here, and there's Xavier Porcuna next to him, and he's the director of security. He has lots of work with the new Spotify Camp Nou, but I'm sure you're going to do a wonderful job as you always do. And we also have Cesar Martinez, who is the purchasing director and who has a direct impact on Espai Barça. Thank you, Cesar, for your work, and also Massaguer, who's here with us now. You can see him over there. He's a very calm, relaxed man, but he carries it on the inside, because today he's currently the director of BLM, a company that's within the institution of FC Barcelona, and 51% of it is owned by Barca, and 49% is also owned by Barca, and will continue to have that, and we have no intention whatsoever of not having it. Being reminded that we continue to be leaders, even though we haven't won today with our Barça B team, our Barça Athletic team. So our women's team has also won, and we're in the lead there. And women, we're always in the lead with the women's team, because I don't think we've given up the first place in the league for years. And one thing I said before to a colleague, yes, to Jordi Bonet, who has spoken since, I said that Eric Castell was Belgian, but he was French. But the person who drew the comic is Belgian. So I want to thank all the members of the managing board. Being a member of this board is not easy, especially at in this very complicated moments. It's even less pleasant sometimes. But we have a management team that loves Barcelona. We love Barça, and we want to protect it against everything and everyone. And all of these gentlemen and this wonderful lady, well, they have that spirit, and I sincerely am privileged to have the management team that I have. So thanks to you, all of my dear colleagues.
Us ho mereixeu tot. Bé, també, doncs,
And I would also like to thank all the members of the Commission, the Economic Commission, President, and Martí Palomares. Thanks for being here, Francesc, all of the members of the Commission, Discipline Commission, we also have the Ombudsman here, with us until the very end of the Assembly. So thanks to all of you very much, and to the Presidential Cabinet. I couldn't be a president without everything that she handled, as well studied and well. We have our Director of Communications, Gabriel Martinez, and we are very grateful for the work that you have done.
Perquè a vegades quan els nomenes a tots segur que t'oblides algú, no? Però aquí estem parlant dels membres de les comissions, estem parlant que tenim aquí també la directora general de la Fundació, la Fundació del Barça, que és el cor del Barça, que és la Marta Segur. També tenim aquí l'auditora interna, que també, no? Aquí tot el que és els processos d'auditoria interna, de nous business, també que estudiem, per aquí, al cantó del Manel, Marta Canosa, gràcies. I també veig el cap dels serveis mèdics del Barça, que és el doctor Corbella. El veieu aquí, el doctor, ja prou que l'hem lloat, perquè la veritat és que estem també molt contents de la feina que fa. Jo crec que ha professionalitzat els serveis mèdics del Barça i ha fet que hi hagi una confiança total en les seves capacitats professionals. Estem orgullosos dels serveis mèdics. Parlaven de l'àrea social.
We were talking about the social area. I have
és una
abnegada
executiva del club
a hard-working executive of the club that has the privilege of working with all of you, the members of the club. And Anna has been doing this for a long time, and I think she deserves everything, and she also deserves a round of applause.
Sempre està al peu del canó.
She's always ready to work. We have Enrique Bosch, who's in charge of the supporter groups, and he does a great deal of hard work. And we have compliance, and compliance is what's most in fashion these days, because everything has to go through compliance. And without the opinion of compliance, then nothing is done. And here we have Sertia Tienfa from the legal, and Cristina Bellot. You know that she has done the appeal. It's going to be difficult for that to move forward, but we're trying. A very powerful legal department, very powerful, because the way things are today, for me it was very important for you to ask certain questions. I think it was your brother, Stefano, signed his member card 70 years ago, and that contract that was submitted, there are a series of issues that our legal department takes them all into account. You were talking about the quality of the product, Mr. Gaspar, and it has to do with the quality of the contract to control the payment of royalties. Well, obviously there's an external audit that has to take place so that no one cheats us on royalties, and if they don't comply, then we can cancel. So all of this is controlled by the legal department, and as a lawyer that I am, I'm very proud of our legal, that Luis Mellado and Cristina Mayor are at the head of. So they're from Castefa.
Jordi
Gómez, who is director of protocol of FC Barcelona. A club like Barca has to have an important PR dimension, and in Jordi we have found the person that has given us the highest level of protocol, I think, in the world, and I thank you very much for the work that you do, Jordi.
No vull personalitzar ja més
I don't want to go into more detail, but to all of the workers of the Clavazio Callahan here, who has the most number, most trophies of the European Cup of handball, one more than Nasip, and he is the director of our sports, of other sports. And it's a complicated situation because Charlie Callahan has to work with the executive is each one of our sports sections. It's not easy to deal with the president of basketball, or John Soler from handball, or Bervain from hockey, Aureli from futsal. Well, that's a tremendous job to contain the salary expenses of each one of these sports, because all of these executives of the different sports want more, because they want to have very competitive sports teams, and his job is to make sure that they act with wisdom, because if we don't, then we're going to eat away our equity, and so there are other codes and references. Yes, I'm finishing up. Allow me to finish. I would like to thank the Ombudsman, the representative of the Catalan Federation. Please give my regards to Joan Soteras, the President. You know that we are always happy to collaborate with you in whatever way possible. And in that sense, President Gaspard, before President Reina was here as well, thanks to all of you for attending and for holding out throughout the day to the end of the assembly. I thank all of you. I'm very grateful. There are other clubs where the assemblies, who said it, that in 1 hour they've done the whole thing, but I think that all of this is Barcelona, FC Barcelona is very genuine. We have a commitment to freedoms, a commitment to democracy, and this is part of this way in which we act. We're going to improve this. Those that want hybrid and in-person assemblies, well, we'll try to adapt to these desires, but we're doing them digitally, well, online, because they are more participative. When it's in person, we never have as much of a participation as we do when we do them online. That's why we've continued online. But as I said, perhaps there's some that will have to do hybrid. So all of the organizers, all the IT people, the technological team, start thinking about taking on that possibility of doing analogical and digital assembly. I would like to thank all of our members and delegate members for their presence to this assembly.
La vostra participació, per les vostres opinions, sempre són benvingudes. Sempre hi ha històricament hi havia un deixava com interessat, no?
Kind of always left me interested. Is it the team that holds up the club or the club that holds up the team? It depends on how the team is doing, the club.
No estic d'acord. Jo crec que
I don't agree with
al llarg de la
that.
nostra
I
història
think throughout
qui
our
ha aguantat el
history,
club de debò són els socis i
the
sòcies del
members
Barça.
of
I en aquest
Barça are the ones that have held
sentit,
up this club.
per què? Doncs
Why?
perquè són els que
Well,
estimen
because
de
they are
debò
the
el
ones
Barça
that
i
truly
perquè
love
som
Barça,
els que
and we
sabem
are the
en
ones
tot
that
moment
know at
què és
every
el que més convé al
moment
club,
what it is that the
perquè
club
en som els
needs
propietaris.
most. Because we,
I aquí
after
us
all,
ho torno
are
a
the
dir.
owners.
La Junta que
And
tinc
let
l'honor
me
de
say
presidir som
again,
garants
this
de que el
management
Barça
team
sigui
that I have the
sempre
honor of presiding
dels seus
over, well,
socis.
we are a
I sou
guarantee
els que millor
for our
copseu què és el que
our
convé al club en
members,
cada moment
and we know,
determinat.
we have to determine what is
I a
most
aquesta
important,
assemblea
most valuable,
heu,
most necessary to the club at
doncs,
any given moment.
us heu posicionat per l'estabilitat institucional, la qual cosa us agraeixo.
I thank you for
I
the
jo crec que amb
institutional
això
stability that you've
heu
provided,
fet una mostra
and I
més
think with
del
this
vostre
you have
barcelonisme.
shown once again
Entenc,
your
doncs,
love
que
for
hi ha hagut
Barcelona.
participació, hi ha hagut debat,
There's been
hi ha hagut
participation, there's been
votacions, hem aprovat
debate,
els
there have been
comptes i us puc
votes.
assegurar que
We
doncs,
approved the
assumim la
accounts
responsabilitat del
and
pressupost
we
que hem de
take on the
complir i si cal
responsibility of that
millorar.
budget that we
I us
have
agraeixo
to
de tot
comply
cor,
with.
doncs, que
And I
heu
thank
aprovat
all of
aquests
those that have
comptes, tant la
voted to
liquidació d'exercici com el
approve both
pressupost
last year's
d'aquesta
accounting as
temporada.
well as the forecast
Moltíssimes
for this year.
gràcies.
Thank you all
Visca
very
el Barça
much.
i visca Catalunya.
Visca Barça and Visca Catalonia.